Yo, what's up? Welcome to the gym. Thank you all so much for being here. Happy Monday. Oh, we've got an exciting week planned here at the gym. Hopefully you all had a wonderful weekend. I did. That's right. Great day to be a Ravens fan. That's for sure. My goodness. We were on fire. Man. Absolutely cooked those Lions. That's what I'm talking about, bro. Absolutely cooked, bro. He cooked. Lamar stayed in the pocket pretty much the whole game, was throwing absolutely amazing throws all day. It was amazing. Oh, you love to see it. Thank you for all the subs. Get the stream kicked off. We've got Lance, Mr. Misters, Janksy, Riot Town TCG, Co-19, Video Game DYL, McLid, Incomplete Pokedex, Shady, Awkward Color, and Winstreak 1. Thank you all so much. I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. Thank you, Human Mr. Pixel, for that sub as well. You think Steelers are going to mid their way to division champs? Couldn't see it. Absolutely not. No, thank you, JD. Rhombus. Thank you, Rhombus. Thank you, Rev Rob. Yo, thank you all so much. We got a sick week planned. I'm very excited. Part of what makes this week so exciting is I was able to get my hands on some of these. Let's go! Paradox Rift build and battle kits. I know, so elusive around here, these parts, this time of year. But I've got them. So I'm going to be doing a Paradox Rift build and battle pre-release style experience tomorrow. I did not go to a pre-release yet. I have not done a pre-release yet. Full Grip Games was denied their pre-release for this set because of a league attendance issue that happened in the spring. So, unfortunately, we were not able to host a pre-release. But I was able to obtain some kits. Yeah, thank you, DTA Danster. Thank you, Birdkeeper Matthew. Thank you, Shadowfax, for those subs. I appreciate it. I was able to source some build and battle kits. All right. Don't ask any questions. That's disrespectful. Yeah. Don't ask me where I got them. Listen. Don't ask me where I got them, all right? Because I ain't telling. But I got them. But yes, I've got... I've got 8. Ta-da! 8 Paradox Rift build and battle kits. Heather and I are going to be streaming a Paradox Rift build and battle experience tomorrow morning starting at 9 a.m. So, game on, gamers. Well, let's go. Thank you, Coyote, for that sub. I appreciate you. Thank you, Yotam, as well. I know. Kind of a relief, actually, that I don't have to do the pre-release at midnight. That is nice. Gonna get to do it during, normal business hours. I love that. It's great. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing what the build and battle kits are like this time around. I was going to be bummed if I was forced to miss a a build and battle experience. You know, I mean, I've been doing pre-releases here on the old channel for a long time. Yes. Shara, I went to Bel Air High School. Yeah, that's where I grew up. No way. Bel Air? Yeah. I went to Bel Air High School, graduated class of 2007. Yup. What year did your wife graduate? Thank you, badbuilds.com, for the sub. Yes, we will have our pre-releases back for next set, so you don't have to worry about that. I am very thankful. We're getting our pre-releases back. We should. Our league attendance has been perfect. Yes. 1998. Dang, that's sick. 1998. That was a good year. I remember 1998. I was just, I was just a little guy, though. You went to Hartford Community College from 05 to 07? No way. That's crazy. I know quite a few people who went to Hartford Community College. Obviously, I mean, I like when my family moved back from Japan to the United States, we moved to Bel Air, Maryland, where I lived from 1996 to about, I mean, like, I kind of like left home at 2007 when I went away to college. So like I spent most of my year in northwestern Pennsylvania going to college, but then I would come home for the summers in Bel Air, Maryland, all the way up through 2011 when I graduated. Yeah, thank you, Thomas, for that Prime sub as well. Your dad was stationed in Aberdeen? Aberdeen Proving Ground? I know all about Aberdeen Proving Ground, for sure. Bel Air has changed so much now. Yeah, I know. I think Bel Air has become quite the little suburb. But I as much as I was thankful for a nice, it was a nice little suburb where I grew up and used to skate around town and all that stuff, but the Midwest was calling me. I feel like I was born to live in the Midwest. Yes, the Ravens did go nuts this weekend. Bro, the Ravens were looking like the Super Bowl winning team that I know they are today or yesterday, bro. Yesterday, I know they got the roster that could win a Super Bowl. I know they do. And yesterday, they proved it. That's right, baby. Yesterday, they were looking like they were a Super Bowl winning team. That's what I'm talking about. They were cooking, dude. Absolutely cooking. It was nuts. Just have to beat the Steelers? We're fine. We could win the division without even ever beating the Steelers. Yes. We're fine. Steelers who? We're chilling, bro. We're big chilling. Listen, the more you watch football, the more you realize it's mostly random. It just, So much feels random. You're like, dang, dude, how did this team do this and then yet also this? You know, I don't know. Who saw that coming? I did. I saw that coming. Hook shot. That's how you're feeling as a Bills fan. That's what I'm saying. You get like, you know, are Josh Allen and the Bills like actually good or are they fraudulent? Like, are the Dolphins good or are they fraudulent? Are the Lions good or are they fraudulent? I think what we realize is there's just a lot of frauds out there, you know? Teams that think they are them but are not actually them. Like, I'm a Cowboys fan and I admit that they are frauds. It may be a no great teams NFL year. Nah, just go watch the highlights of the Ravens game on Sunday. That's what I'm talking about right there. And so don't watch any other game. Don't ask any other questions. Just watch that game, and you will see that the Ravens are not frauds. I mean, the Eagles are definitely an intimidating team, for sure. Yes. The Eagles do seem intimidating. Well, Patrick Mahomes lost to the Lions, and the Ravens beat the Lions. So by the transitive property, the Ravens are better than the... See, that's how that works. And thank you, Jake, for the sub. The new Latios is pretty good, but it does have to discard all its energy. I still like Mewtwo. I know Ben Morse was talking to me about, you know, you can just cut the Mewtwo. I like the Mewtwo still, but I feel like they kind of occupy a similar space. I just don't, I mean, because like once you discard all that energy from it, then it's in the active spot. Even if it lives through the turn. Yeah, Craig loves the transitive property. I love using the transitive property for all sorts of things. Speaking of Ben Morse, we've got Ben Morse, aka Morse Makes, here in the chat. It's going to be coming in for a little gym leader challenging this week, so I'm very excited about that. We've got the schedule, as I was saying. Today, we are going to do a Paradox Rift set review. So I'm going to be going through all of the cards worth talking about from Paradox Rift, and we are going to talk about whether or not they are good. And then tomorrow, Build and Battle pre-release experience, Paradox Rift style, featuring Heather. And then Wednesday, we are doing a doubleheader stream. We've got standard Paradox Rift tabletop in the morning, featuring Jesse Parker. And then Ben Morse coming in around 6 p.m. Eastern for a Wednesday night Paradox Rift Gym Leader Challenge stream. Now, we got to have some fun this past weekend. I did a whole bunch of stuff over the weekend. Anybody else do anything fun over the weekend? I did a whole bunch of stuff. Friday nights, I went out and got hibachi with my lovely wife. And then went to go see the movie Killers of the Flower Moon. It was very good. I love a period piece, dude. Love a period piece. That was awesome. Yeah, thank you, Strategic Master. Appreciate that. And then on Saturday, I went to Birdkeeper Matthews' house, apartment, and played Gym Leader Challenge with a bunch of locals. We got to test out some new Gym Leader Challenge strategy. We got to, play with some of the new Paradox Rift cards. That was a lot of fun. So definitely had a good time doing that. That was awesome. Had like 10 people all in an apartment just playing Gym Leader Challenge. It was a lot of fun. Yeah, that was good stuff. Got to try out, some new decks, some new builds. It's not every day I get to do, just a, Gym Leader Challenge, open play, basically. It was fun. It was fun. I'm really amped about my new dragon build. I'm telling you. The dragon, it's dragon's time, all right? Now, you might be looking at Paradox Rift and say, all right, dragon doesn't seem like it got a whole lot out of Paradox Rift. How is dragon getting better with Paradox Rift? And believe me, it is getting a lot better, okay? This set is actually huge for my dragon GLC deck. Huge, bro. The set changes everything. First of all, the Turbo Energize and the Evolution TM are both insane for Dragon. And you can play it with Arvin and Guzman. Like, Dragon already plays Guzman and Hala. So then you just slap an Arvin in there too. And then the Town Store as well, right? So then you've got all these options to go get your Evolution TM or your TM Turbo Energize. And you could go turn one, evolve into Gabite and Dragonair, or you could go turn one, Turbo Energize some energy into play. Both of those are very good options for the Dragon deck. And then also, let's see, where am I at? Snorlax doll, listen, there are only like 9 good dragon Pokemon, okay? I'm just saying. The dragon deck's got like 9 good Pokemon. You can realistically play the Snorlax doll in your dragon deck. And you know what's insane about the Snorlax doll? Because right now, my dragon list only has 5 basics in it. So the Snorlax doll is a 6th basic. And that means that you're going to start at 21% of the time, which is not bad for a one-of. It's not bad. So 1/5 of your games, you could start Snorlax doll. I'm just saying it's an idea. And then what's insane about the Snorlax doll is that you can attach the TM to the Snorlax doll, bro. That's what I'm saying. You can set your whole deck up. So yeah, that's pretty insane. I think you can start the doll. Yeah, you could definitely start the doll. Yeah. Yeah, you could start the doll. You can only start the doll. Yeah. Or start with it on your bench, but yes. You have to play it out of your opening hands. Yeah. So you could start the doll, and then you could put the TMs on the doll to like really set up your whole deck. Oh, I haven't even gotten to the best part yet. Yes. And then the next 2 insane cards for the Dragon GLC deck are Mela and Luxurious Cape. Mela is awesome. I'm playing 2 basic fire energy in my Dragon type Gym Leader Challenge deck. Just 2, right? And the thing about your Dragon Gym Leader Challenge deck is that it wants to play Raihan almost every turn. But the problem with that is that you can only play one Raihan in your deck. So it's kind of hard to like string Raihan turn after turn. But what Mela does is Mela allows you to basically supplement Raihan on a turn while also filling your hand to 6 cards. And you can go and find the Mela for the perfect turn to use it with Dragonite's fast call ability, right? So even though it's a situational supporter, it's a situation that comes up all the time that you want to get an extra energy into play and fill your hand to 6, because Dragon is pretty much always rocking with like a 4-card hand. If you've ever played the Dragon deck, you know, like you just always have a small hand in Dragon. You always do. So being able to fill your hand to 6, get an extra energy into play, Mela, incredible for the Dragon deck. And then Luxurious Cape is also amazing for Dragon and Gym Leader Challenge. Luxurious Cape is good for pretty much every deck in Gym Leader Challenge format. Obviously, giving your guy an extra 100 hit points is super good. But what makes Luxurious Cape so good, and I mean, I'm going to be able to talk about this in the set review, but what makes this card so good in Gym Leader Challenge is that if you can get it to stick for a turn, even if your guy is giving up 2 prizes, you basically conserve those energy, right? You can conserve those energy. So like usually in Gym Leader Challenge format, you build up an attacker, that attacker takes a knockout, then gets knocked out, right? And then you have to have a second attacker built up, right? But if you put the cape on an attacker, you build up that attacker, you put the cape on, you take a knockout, your opponent hits into you, right? Then you don't need to have another attacker built up that exact turn, right? Because you're going to get a second swing out of the attacker. So basically what it allows you to do is it allows you to go 2 for 2 with a single guy that you've built up, right? Which can really help to, it can really help with your momentum, right? And especially, this is especially good and relevant in the Dragon deck. So what you can do in Dragon now is you can get your Garchomp going. And Garchomp is like, you know, that dude, right? You get your Garchomp going, and then one turn you're going to Sonic Slip and Dragon Blade for 160. So you're going to be invincible for one turn, right? And then the next turn, you can slap the Luxurious Cape on it, give this thing 260 hit points, and go again. So like then the Garchomp with Luxurious Cape gives you like, you could go 3 turns. You could take like half the game's prizes with just the Garchomp. Yes. Garchomp becomes this like invincible beast with Luxurious Cape on, which is just so nuts. And it really helps you to like, it really helps you to pace out your board as the Dragon deck. So yeah, I think Dragon stocks are, and mill yourself for 3 turns, that does not matter. You're chilling. Who cares? Discard 2. Who cares? You're fine. And yes, so I got a lot of questions in the chat asking about the ruling for Snorlax Doll. Snorlax Doll says you cannot take a prize for knocking this out. So you can put the cape on the Snorlax Doll to give it 200 HP or 220 HP, and your opponent cannot take a prize for it. Because that's what it says. It says on the English version of the card, it says you cannot take a prize for knocking this out. Thank you, Jesse, for the sub and the 57 months. Appreciate it. Yeah, so that's pretty sick. I think there's not a lot of Gym Leader Challenge decks that can play the Snorlax, but I think the Dragon is certainly one of them because there's just not a lot of basics in the Dragon deck. Yes, even if your opponent amps you very much to knock out the Snorlax, they still take 0 prizes. Yes. And yes, the Snorlax can attack. Yes. The Snorlax just can't retreat. It can attack, though. So you can use, like, heck, you could use TM Blindside on it. You could use TM Devolution. You could use TM... Yeah. The TMs can give the Snorlax an attack. Oh, yeah. It can wear tool cards. Why can't it wear tool cards? It's a Pokemon. See? Can Ditto grab Snorlax on turn 1? No, because it's a trainer card unless you put it into play. And the only way to put it into play is if you open it. So, yeah. Yeah, Snorlax can... You can start Snorlax on the bench. And Snorlax can be pushed to the bench. You can switch your Snorlax from the active to the bench. You just can't retreat it. No, thank you, Andrew Ionios, for the 43 months. Gosh, this set is just so good, you know? It's crazy. What's the best place to look up the set list? Justin Basil, Poke Guardian. Or Poke Beach. I just want to see which one will look the best. You know what I mean? Paradox Rift set list. Visual set list. Yeah, Justin Basil. I think it's probably just got to be Poke Beach, frankly. Yeah, the shiny set seems pretty hype for sure. All right. Whoa. There's still some of these I haven't seen yet. Like, this is crazy. I haven't seen this yet. I didn't know that was a thing. I haven't seen that yet. I pulled this card this weekend. I haven't seen that card yet. Seda, I don't know. Seda looking a lot like a robot in this one. I'm going to say, she definitely got a robot vibe going on. No leaks. Yeah, that card's awesome. Dang, that's pretty. I haven't seen this yet. This is my first time seeing this. He's nice. Haven't seen that card yet. Aw, Larry, why so sad? Oh my gosh, look how cute. Sheesh. Aegislash. Oh my gosh, he's got an art rare. Oh my gosh. Look at him, he's so helpful. If I played the video game, I did play the video game. I didn't see this. You think I did any reading when I played the video game? Listen, I played the video game, but... Yeah, what's going on here? I don't... Oh, she does, like, makeup or something? Yeah, this is my first time seeing the Loudred. This card looks awesome. What's up, dad bro? For sure, for sure. I love this Garganackle. Oh my gosh. Blitzel gets an art rare? Man. Thank you, Fusion Breaks, for the raid. Mienshao? Dang, I haven't seen, like, any of these. This is crazy. I haven't seen this guy yet. And I've opened, like, a good amount of product. I have not seen any of this. I haven't seen you yet. I haven't seen you yet. I haven't seen this yet. Why didn't Elekid get the art rare? It could have been Elekid! You should have been Elekid! Yeah, CMT. I was thinking about... I like the Blitzel artwork so much. I was thinking about, like, playing the Blitzel in my Gym Leader Challenge deck as well. But then again, I've also won games from flipping heads on the Blitzel. Yeah. I've won games because of the heads flip here. I mean, you like have to play agility, right? You have to. Agility is just so good. So good. It's like this one does 10 and can be invincible. This one just does 10. It's hard to justify. Cute is greater than... So easy to justify. Yeah, thank you, Roots Radical. Appreciate you. Yeah, Veluza's insane. There is so much to talk about with this set review, guys. I mean, it's going to be nuts. This set review is going to go crazy. There's so many good cards. Ridiculous. All right. So I got to think about... CMT, you don't even play the Sleepy Mareep? That's so sick. Bro, you're not even playing Fluffy Pillow? I guess this one has 60 hit points. I guess. Fluffy Pillow? Well, I gotta respect the aesthetic for sure. Thank you, Regged It, for the sub in the 2 months. Appreciate you. All right, so this is what we're looking at here. Okay, so for our set review, let's see. Let me think about how we're going to do this. Because I want to think a little bit about the edit too, because I'm going to edit it for YouTube, obviously. We're going to go through the set. We're going to talk about the good cards. I'm probably not going to like click on the card to enlarge it, because that way I can just keep it here. And I don't want to scroll while I'm talking about the card, because that way I can kind of edit the text up to be however I want. I should probably keep the chat on screen. I feel like the chat just kind of enhances the experience. I don't know. I've become kind of chat pilled. Chat on screen pilled. I know it's different, you know, if y'all are here on Twitch, like obviously seeing the chat on the screen is like not very exciting. But for the YouTube people, I feel like it's really nice, you know. It makes it feel more lively. Let's see. I think I'm going to take a little bit off the top, though. Right now, chat. You're taking up a lot of real estate right now, chat. So I'm just going to truncate that a little bit. I did hear that your chat's spreading. Oh, my God. Why is it shrinking so slow? Because I'm holding the crop button. It's like you're getting squished by the walls, and I don't know, that Star Wars thing where the walls are compressing you. You're like in the trash. You're in the trash compressor now. Yeah. I did hear that there we go. See? Now you guys have a more appropriate amount of space. So then when I do the edit, all right, you guys don't need to see. I could bring that up, because you guys don't really need to see like my tabs, you know. That's probably fine. And then for the edit, thank you, Hookshot, for the Prime sub in the 29 months. That's bait, Chaos. You're baiting me. Show us your tabs. We want to see the tabs, huh? And I'm thinking, all right, so for like the edit, you know, when I'm popping the cards out, that's the thing, is like the card probably goes like right here while I'm talking about it. I guess it could go like right here. I guess the card could just go. Card could just pop up in the center of the screen, frankly. I could take, all right, so I think what I'm going to do, I'll probably, for the set review, I probably ought to like edit up a proxy of every single card, or take a picture of one or something. It's like, it's going to be a lot, but it probably would look the best on YouTube if I have like an actual English version of the card. You know what I mean? So I'll probably end up doing that. It'll probably end up being like, here, we can make my face cam slightly bigger. We can make chat slightly bigger. And then the translation, but this is not like appealing to look at. You know what I mean? If you're like a YouTube audience and I'm just like scrolling through a website, like that's not very fun. So like I could do a whole production. I've done it before. Let's see. Let's see. Openings, card reviews. Yeah. Paldea Evolve set review. Well, I didn't do it for this one, apparently. Let's see, what the Scarlet and Violet set review. What did I do for that? A slight. Man, I just was scrolling straight through. I felt like for one of the set reviews, I edited every single image. And like really went hard on it. Guess not. But wasn't there, maybe it was Obsidian Flame. Did I do an Obsidian Flame set review? I probably didn't. Huh. Let's see. I did do an Obsidian Flame set review. I bet you it was this one. Players. See? Look at what I did here. See what I'm saying? Like, look how much better that looks. Are hyped because not only is it a Charizard, it is also a darkness type Charizard. See what I'm saying? So like, yeah, I did that, right? And then like, you know, I did like little translations, and then I had bits where like, you know, I'd cut to the screen and show what I'm talking about. But for the most part, like, the set review lived like right here, which just looks a lot of clean. It's a lot of work. It is a lot of work. Yep, straight up. Because I'm like cutting everything out. I'm translating all the cards, right? But it looks good. Is it worth the effort? You're asking me, are my viewers worth the effort? That's what you're asking? No. No, it's not worth the effort. Nothing on YouTube is worth the effort. It's never about being worth the effort. Never. You want to know the difference in efforts between these two videos here, both of which have about 18,000 views? Man. This Sea King video cost me nothing. It has 31,000 views. This Goldengo video took a lot of work. It's never about the effort. Can't be about the efforts. Or else you'll just be sad all the time. Well, that's the thing about YouTube is like people don't care about the effort, really. They just be clicking and I don't know, man. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The effort doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. People will watch garbage straight up. People will watch garbage. In some situations, the worse the video is, the more people are into it. You know what I mean? Like, so that's a hard reality. That's a hard reality to come to terms with as a content creator when you realize that your effort doesn't matter. Thank you, Spinner Dash, for the sub and the 7 months. Appreciate that. Thank you. But that's okay, because you find enjoyment in, you know, you find enjoyment in the process. Yes, it's all about the process. It's about the process. So yes, I find enjoyment in the comments on YouTube. Sure. I do. I've gotten some really wholesome comments on YouTube. I mean, I love the wholesome comments. Make sure those are like, that looks aligned enough. Windstreak1 says, I have a side gig taking photos for a dinner club. Editing photo set used to take 3 hours. It takes less than one now that I realize that they don't care as much as I do. See? Some people really do despise bad quality, so maybe some people appreciate the effort. I absolutely bet that there's a non-zero amount of people that appreciate the effort. I'm sure many of you appreciate the effort. I'm sure a lot of people appreciate the effort. But when it comes to like YouTube at large, right? Is Justin Basil's cleaner? But the problem is that, look, it's getting chopped off by my chat because it doesn't like, or it's getting chopped off by, you see what I mean? Yeah. Sad. Here, it's actually really nice that Poke Beach is like kind of aligned and has like that, you know. It's cool. This just works. This works for me. This works really well. This works really well. Why do I need to change websites? This works well, chat. Listen. This is going to work just fine for our set review, is it not? It is. It's going to work just fine. We're going to be A-okay. Okay, we'll put us all the way up here in the corner. All right, you guys ready to talk Paradox Rift? I think we've exhausted just about all the other things that we're here to talk about. For Wednesday, Jesse, you got any ideas of any decks you want to play for Wednesday? Yeah, thanks for stopping by, Wonder Boy. Nothing yet? It's all good. I'll have stuff. I got a... I'm going to brew up an Aegis/EX deck. I got a Guardy Screamtail deck as well. I do think that Screamtail is terrible in Gardevoir. I'm going to go ahead and put that out there. I know this is spoilers. Screamtail is bad in Gardevoir. I'm just... Yep, it's bad. I know. This is going to be a hard pill for chat to swallow. I've built it, okay? I've built Screamtail Guardy. I've built it. It's bad. It's bad. Yep. It's bad. The card's bad. I know. I just need everybody to understand that it's bad. Well, Drifloon's bad too. Because your opponent can just vacuum it away and then they take 2 knockouts. They're both bad. They're both bad because they rely on a charm or whatever, and then you just vacuum the charm away and take a double knockout. Like, that's so bad. You're basically knocking out your own guys. It's so terrible. Your entire game plan is hinging on the fact that my opponent will never play vacuum, which is a terrible idea. You do not want to build a strategy around that. You're like, yeah, if I go to this tournament, so long as my opponent never vacuums my guy, this is going to be sick, right? Like, it's such a... And that's what I'm saying. Vacuums in like every deck. All right. So Top Deck says non-charm. Okay, what? Please answer me this question. What is the point? What is the point of sniping 160 damage to the bench when you could just boss and do infinite damage to the bench? Which is something that Gardevoir is extremely capable of doing. Boss uses your support for turn, but like the thing is Gardevoir draws its whole deck. You have the entire deck in your hands. Gardevoir already, it's going to feel so pointless doing 160 damage tonight. You're going to be like, well, I have this one guy in my deck who can like, do 160 to the bench. Why would I even bother putting that dude into play if like, what if I want to do 200 to the bench? Well, then I'm going to have to boss. Well, what if I want to do 300 to the bench? Well, I'm going to have to boss, right? Sniping can also be blocked by Manaphy. Boss cannot. .160 is a two-shot on everything, too. Right. It's not even a Charizard. It doesn't even two-shot Charizard. The Roaring Moon list that I have right now has 1 Roaring Moon and 2 Drifloons in it. And it's got like some Arvins that you can use to like set up. Basically, you're just buying into the Drifloon Roaring Moon like, gimmick, right? And you're like, okay, I play like, some charms and stuff. But it just seems worse than normal Guardy, like way worse. But I've got a Roaring Moon Guardy list that plays Drifloon and Roaring Moon. Or not Roaring Moon. Screamtail. Sorry. Screamtail. Whatever. Screamtail. Not Roaring Moon. Screamtail. I've got a Screamtail Guardy list that plays Screamtail and Drifloon. However, if you are into Screamtail or any other cards from Paradox Rift, and if you hear any discussion about cards that you are interested in purchasing for yourself, well, there's a great way for you, chatters, to support the content that I create here on Tricky Jim. And that's by pre-ordering singles from FullGripGames.com. FullGripGames.com is the best place to buy Pokemon trading card game singles and sealed product. We've got super fast shipping and top-of-the-line grading. You really won't find better service anywhere than at FullGripGames.com. Did I mention that we've also got a buy list? If you've got extra cards lying around your house that you'd like to turn into cash or store credit, you've got to check out the Full Grip Games buy list. We are always buying bulk and singles here at the shop. And selling your extra cards to FullGripGames.com directly supports the content that I create here on Tricky Jim. Thank you so much for buying and selling at FullGripGames.com. Yes, but seriously, if you want to pre-order singles, FullGripGames.com. We got those live now. Paradox Rift singles, FullGripGames.com. You can use the command in the chat, ! pre-order. And check out all the cards that we got available. All right. And I think that really is about it. Okay, we've talked about everything. All right, we can, all this talk about Screamtail, we can actually do that during the set review and not waste time. Okay, let's go. The entire set list for Paradox Rift has been revealed now that the pre-releases have happened, and we're going to be taking a look through the best cards from Paradox Rift and highlighting how they may be played in the formats to come. Yeah, no. Cutting Wind. I do love seeing the Cutting Wind attack, but that's not very good. We're going to talk about all the EXs. That's part of it. Frostlass EX has 250 HP, which is a little bit on the low end for Stage 1 Pokemon EX, and it is Grass Terra type, which is pretty neat. Never seen a Grass type Frostlass before. It has the Evanescent ability, which reads, when this Pokemon is in the active spot and is knocked out, flip a coin. If heads, your opponent takes one less prize card for that knockout. So it has a 50% chance of only giving up a single prize. When you think of Frostlass as a single prize Pokemon, yeah, 250 HP is a lot. But for a Pokemon that gives up 2 prizes, it is kind of squishy. Its attack, Frost Bullets, for 2 water energy, does 140 damage and 20 damage to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. Now, Frostlass EX, unfortunately, is not a very good card. It doesn't even one-hit KO Charizard EX, which is the Pokemon that you probably would want to one-hit KO if you're hitting for Grass weakness. So it doesn't even really do that. And its ability can be shut off by Path to the Peak. So what you have here is a squishy 2-prizer that doesn't do a lot of damage. It's just not worth it. We got to talk about the monkeys. Have to. There we go. The Unova monkeys are back. We've got Simisage, Simisear, and Simipour in this set. They all have the Monkey Trio ability, which reads, if you have the other monkeys in play, you get to ignore all colorless in the attack cost of the attacks this Pokemon uses. Simisage has the Arm Thrust Needle attack for a grass and 2 colorless, does 100 damage, and during your opponent's next turn, prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from Pokemon that have an ability. We're just going to go, let's see. We're just going to do all the monkeys. Back to back to back. I think that makes sense. Thank you, Weenie Lawyer, for the Prime sub. There you go, Weenie. Well, congratulations. Simisear seems to be the best attacker of the 3 monkeys. It has the Heat Tackle attack, which does 190 damage with a 30 damage recoil. And if you have Simisage and Simisear and Simisear seems to be the best attacker of the 3. It's got the Heat Tackle attack, which does 190 damage with a 30 damage recoil. And you can use that attack for just 1 fire energy if you have all 3 monkeys in play. 190 damage is good damage to deal, especially for just 1 energy with a single prize Pokemon, as it 2-hit KOs all Pokemon in the Pokémon TCG. So this could be a kind of fun single prize strategy. And then finally, Simipour has the Shower with Insults. Is that really what it is? Shower with Insults attack. It does 50 damage and 30 damage to each of your opponent's benched Pokemon, so a little spread attack, and of course can be used for just 1 water energy if you have all 3 monkeys in play. You could combine the monkeys with Phantom Transformation Zoroark, right? To transform into whatever missing monkey you have. If your opponent decides to use boss's orders to take out one of your benched monkeys, you can Phantom Transformation into the right one. So I do think that you're probably going to want to play the monkey deck with Zoroark to help you fill in the missing pieces during setup. But it seems like a kind of fun, gimmicky deck. I don't think it'll be super competitive, but certainly funny. All right. Monkeys down. Yeah, sorry, Crustle. 100 less from Evolution. And sorry, Crustle. Bad. Bad, bad, bad. I don't think that this Orbital is really worth talking about, right? Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, like, I don't think that I'll put this in the YouTube cut, but just thinking about the Orbital, like, Satellite Beam's kind of interesting. If you're playing against a deck that has a lot of energy in the discard pile, you know, then you could do a lot of damage, but, like, it's just not really worth it, right? I do love the artwork on this guy. There's a new Toadscruel, which has the Mycelium Colony ability, which reads... The new Toadscruel has the Mycelium Colony ability, which reads that cards in your opponent's discard pile can't be put into their hand through the effects of trainer cards or abilities, which is really good against decks like Goldengo EX and Baxcalibur, as they try to bring energy back from the discard pile into their hand in order to do more damage with their attacks, and they need to bring that energy back turn after turn. So Toadscruel is a nice little counter for those kinds of decks, but it does seem relatively narrow in its application, and I don't think that it'll see a lot of play. I'm absolutely loving the return of baby Pokemon. Cute little 30 HP dudes with useful free attacks. Magby has the gradual heater attack, which reads during your opponent's next turn. If this Pokemon is damaged by an attack, put 6 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon. So it's a little bit of a trap, right? It can place 6 damage counters. If it gets touched, it's probably getting knocked out, as it only has 30 HP, but kind of a funny little free attack. Volcanyon. No, not Volcanyon, bro. Volcanyon. Volcanyon has been a Pokemon that helps get the party started for a long time. It was originally printed in Steam Siege during the X and Y block and had an attack that was very similar to this Volcanyon's dual turbo attack, which costs 1 fire energy does 20 damage and allows you to choose up to 2 of your bench Pokemon and attach 1 basic fire energy from your discard pile to each of them. The difference is the Volcanion from Steam Siege had Volcanion EX as a support Pokemon, which could increase the damage dealt by Power Heater. These kinds of energy setup attacks aren't really seeing a ton of play in the Pokemon TCG right now. Fast and aggressive decks like Miraidon can just use Electric Generator to accelerate energy into play. So the need for an attack that accelerates energy into play is much lower than it maybe used to be. And the pace of the game is at a point where you can't really waste a turn accelerating to the bench when your opponent could just gust up that Pokemon and knock it out. Now, obviously, Arceus V-Star has an attack that accelerates energy into play, but it also does 200 damage, which is very different than this Volcanion's 20 damage attack. In Gym Leader Challenge format, I think that players will still prefer to play the Volcanion from Unbroken Bonds with the Flare starter attack, which allows you to accelerate up to 3 fire energy from your deck to your Pokemon if it's the first turn of the game and you are going second. So as far as setup Volcanions go, this one is kind of mid. I mean, he's really cute. Is it Armorogue or Armarouge? It's Armorogue. We're calling it Armorogue. It's got to be Armorogue, right? Not Armarouge. Rouge is like red, though, right? It's Armarouge. He is red. That's what. So it's Armarouge. Oh, you're right. If it's Rogue, then the G would be before the U, right? Yeah, Rouge like Mulan. right. All right, it is Armarouge. All right, got it. Cool. All right. Armarouge EX is a fun, tanky, new fire Pokemon. It's got the Crimson Armor ability, which reads, when this Pokemon is at full HP, it takes 80 less damage from attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. So it's kind of like a Goodra V-Star, except it doesn't have to attack in order to place this damage buff on it. It just kind of has this damage buff at all times, which is pretty sweet. The not cool thing about that damage buff being an ability is that it can just be turned off by Path to the Peak. But there are quite a few decks that don't play that card. So Armarouge could be very tough to knock out. It's got 260 HP, and with the minus 80 buff, your opponent would need to deal 340 damage in order to one-hit KO an Armarouge EX with full HP. Scorching Bazooka costs 2 colorless energy and does 40 damage, plus 40 more damage for each fire energy attached to this Pokemon. There is the new Mela supporter card, which allows you to accelerate extra fire energy into play, but that supporter can only be played if one of your Pokemon was knocked out during your opponent's last turn. So I'm not sure that there's going to be a way to get enough fire energy onto your Armarouge EX in order to make this card worth playing right now. But it is an interesting new EX Pokemon. Oh, Charizard. That's right. Are you really going to play this in your Charizard deck? Right? The best way to accelerate fire energy into play right now is with Charizard EX and its Infernal Rain ability. You could use Charizard EX's ability to pump 3 fire energy from the deck onto Armarouge and then use Scorching Bazooka for 160 damage. That just doesn't really seem worth it. Charizard EX is probably just a better attacker. It has a base HP of 330. So why would you accelerate energy from your deck onto a Pokemon that has effectively 340 HP, unless there's a path to the peak in play, in which case it only has 260 and does far less damage. I think you're just way better off accelerating that energy to a Charizard or another big Pokemon. Unfortunately, I think Armarouge EX is destined for the bulk bin. It's bulk. Armarouge is bulk. Iron Moth is a funny new future Pokemon with the Thermal Reactor ability, which is the same as Heatran GX's... What was it? Burning Road. Yeah, it's like the same thing. Iron Moth is a funny new future Moth Pokemon with the Thermal Reactor ability, which allows you to move any amount of fire energy from your Pokemon to your Iron Moth when Iron Moth moves from the bench to the active spot. This is the same ability that we saw on Heatran GX Burning Road. Obviously, Heatran GX was a very popular card during its legality. Even winning a world championship, I'm pretty sure Heatran GX was featured. Was it featured in? No. World finalist card? I was featured in the Blacephalon GX deck that Henry Brand defeated with his Mewtwo and Mew Tag Team GX deck, and I don't think that Henry played it. But I am... Is he trading that deck? Am I tripping? Anyways, we're off topic. I don't think it was. Why would you, right? You would just attack with Charizard instead. Yeah, Blounds made World Finals for sure. 2019. Iron Moth is a funny new future Pokemon with the Thermal Reactor ability, which allows you to move any amount of fire energy from your Pokemon to Iron Moth when it moves from the bench to the active spots. This is the same ability we saw on Heatran GX from Unified Minds, which was a very popular card during its legality. But Heatran GX could one-hit KO anything with its Hot Burn GX attack if it had enough energy on it. Iron Moth can do 120 damage. So I don't know that it's really going to be worth playing even in Gym Leader Challenge format. Now, Chi-Yu, on the other hand, is going to be a fantastic card in Gym Leader Challenge format. If you played in any of the Paradox Rift pre-releases, then you probably played with or against Chi-Yu, which is one of this set's promos from the pre-releases. Chi-Yu is a basic Pokemon with 110 HP, and it has 2 attacks. Its first attack, Flare Bringer, allows you to attach up to 2 basic fire energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. And then its Mega Fire of Envy attack costs 2 fire energy and does 50 damage plus 90 more damage if any of your Pokemon were knocked out by damage from an attack during your opponent's last turn. 140 damage as a revenge attack for just 2 fire energy is great damage output for energy investments, especially for fire-type Gym Leader Challenge decks. This attack is not anywhere close to strong enough to play in standard format. If you're new to Gym Leader Challenge format or wondering what in the world I'm talking about, Gym Leader Challenge format is my favorite way to play Pokemon cards. It's a singleton format, kind of like Magic the Gathering's Commander. It is played all over the world and is featured at major events like regional championships, international championships, and world championships in the form of side events. If you want to read more about Gym Leader Challenge format, you can check out gymleaderchallenge.com, where all of the rules are spelled out, and there are some great getting started guides to help you build your first deck as well. What I really like about Chi-Yu is that its revenge attack clears that 130 HP threshold, which is really what you're trying to do in Gym Leader Challenge. 130 is the magic number. At least it definitely used to be. That number seems to kind of be creeping up as sets continue to get released, but 130 is still a very important threshold that you want to clear in Gym Leader Challenge format, as a lot of the most popular basic attackers have 130 HP. Being able to revenge for just 2 fire energy is super good, because if you have Charizard from the Pokemon Go set in play, then each of your fire energy counts as 2 fire energy, which means that you can revenge for just 1 fire. And having a super low maintenance attacker like Chi-Yu in your fire deck will mean that you don't have to pump a ton of energy onto an attacker every turn in order to trade evenly with your opponent. So I think Chi-Yu is exactly what fire decks needed. It's just a nice, reliable, basic attacker who happens to be really stinking cute. Thank you, Easy LASIK, for the Prime sub in the 6 months. Thank you, thank you. Also, huge thank you to Aura Dash for the sub in the 23 months. There's a new Kingdra, has 150 HP, and the World Tide attack for 1 water energy. You get to reveal the top 6 cards of your deck. This attack does 60 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each energy card you find there. Then discard those energy cards and shuffle the other cards back into your deck. So what you're saying is that if I find 6 energy off the top of my deck, I'm sniping 360 damage anywhere on my opponent's board for just 1 water energy. Yeah. But it's not really worth it, right? I can't really think of a reality where it's worth trying to set up a Kingdra and then building like a 30, 40 water energy deck, right? Just to try and get it to work reliably. On the flip side, you could play it as just a one-of that you try to use at the end of the game. Maybe you've thinned your deck down to just 0 cards, and then you play Energy Recycler, but not just 1 Energy Recycler, because you need 6 energy in the deck. So maybe you play an Energy Recycler and a Super Rod at the end of the game, and then you put like 8 water energy back into the deck, and then you go for a game-winning World Tide for 360 damage. It's just probably, not probably, this card is definitely not worth the setup required in order to pull off the attack. Octillery is a very cute clay Pokemon card, and I love the clay artworks from Yuka Mori. Unfortunately, this Octillery is not as good as Octillery's past. We have the Rapid Strike Search Octillery, which has seen play in a lot of different Rapid Strike builds, and then there was the Abyssal Hand Octillery from Breakthrough. My goodness. One of the best draw support Pokemon ever. This one is a draw support Pokemon, but it only draws you 3 cards, and only when you evolve your Remoraid into Octillery. So these kinds of abilities have been getting printed, and they just are never really good. I mean, there's a Golbat that has a draw 2 when you evolve it, and a Crobat that draws 3 when you evolve it. Those cards aren't even really good in Gym Leader Challenge format, let alone. Those cards aren't even really good in Gym Leader Challenge format. They're definitely not good in standard format. This Octillery, unfortunately, is destined for the bulk bin. It's got the Smoke Bomb attack, which does 60 damage. Yeah, not worth it. This Phoebus has seen some stuff. Yeah. It's seen some things. Now, this Remoraid is probably the optimal Remoraid for Gym Leader Challenge format. Yeah. I mean, it's just the biggest one. So it's optimal. Probably. I know, Ion Pool, right? It's probably just the best Remoraid for your Octillery. This card's bad. Probably just not going to talk about bad cards. But then again, here I am, about to talk about Garchomp EX. All right, Garchomp fans, I know you're out there. We've got a new water type, Garchomp EX. It's got 320 HP and free retreat. So good stats for a stage 2 Pokemon. It's got 2 attacks. Hydro Lander for 1 fighting energy does 160 damage. And you can attach up to 3 fighting energy from your discard pile to your bench Pokemon in any way you like. Then Sonic Dive for 2 colorless energy. You have to discard 2 energy from this Pokemon, and the attack does 120 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. This card does not impress me at all. Its second attack, 120 damage snipe. You're not knocking anything out. You're not even knocking out an Archeops. I mean, you could get a Flaffy with that, I guess. Maybe the idea is that Hydrolander only does 160 damage, and combined with 120 damage snipe, you can finish off the Pokemon V-Star that you didn't knock out the first time you hit it. But in a format dominated by one-hit KOs, we've got Baxcalibur, we've got Gardevoir EX, we've got Weirdeer V with your Lugia V-Star. It seems like every deck has the potential to one-hit KO a Pokemon with 320 HP. Charizard EX has made it so that every deck pretty much needs to have a way to deal with a Pokemon this big. And Garchomp EX has a weakness to lightning. And Miraidon is a popular deck in the format. So it doesn't even have a great weakness right now. I think that in order to use Garchomp EX successfully, you're probably going to want to build it with Path to the Peak. Try to slow your opponent's deck down while you build up a better attacker, right? Because Garchomp's not a good attacker. It does 160 damage for 1, but it can load up 3 energy onto a bench Pokemon. My beef with these kinds of strategies is that you're using an attack to build up a bench Pokemon, then your opponent can just gust up the bench Pokemon and knock it out before you have an opportunity to really actualize that Pokemon, and then you're just stuck with Garchomp, who doesn't even 2-hit KO a Charizard EX. So, I personally am not very impressed by this card. Maybe I'll get proven wrong. If you think that Garchomp EX has a lot of potential, let me know in the comments below. But my initial reaction, no good. I'll talk about Vanillix after I talk about Serena. Serena EX, on the other hand, is at least interesting. It's got 310 hit points and 2 attacks. Its first attack is the interesting one. Icicle Soul costs 1 grass energy and places damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon until its remaining HP is 30. Then Trop Kick for 2 grass energy does 180 damage, and you get to heal 30 damage from this Pokemon, and this Pokemon recovers from all special conditions. Icicle Soul places damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon until it has 30 HP remaining, and this combos, obviously, with the new Vanillix and its Frigid Room ability, which reads your opponent's Pokemon that have 40 HP or less remaining cannot attack. So what we have here is a fun little lock deck. If you can use Serena EX to place damage counters on all of your opponent's attackers, making it so that they only have 30 HP remaining, then Vanillix can completely lock your opponent out of attacking, which is pretty neat. And I really like the gimmick of this deck because it's unique and it seems like it'll be fun to pull off. Now, obviously, there are a couple of wrenches that your opponent can throw in your master plan. Isn't there like what's the stadium that prevents healing? Come on, chat. What is it? Dinah. Yeah. Is this legal? Yes. All right. I'm jamming. Okay. First off, your opponent could just heal the Pokemon that you damage and then make it so that Vanillix is no longer keeping them from attacking. In order to counter that, you're probably going to want to pair Serena EX and Vanillix with Dynatree Hill, which makes it so that both you're probably going to want to pair that with Dynatree Hill, which makes it so that Pokemon in play cannot be healed. The other way that your opponent can play around the Serena Vanillix lock is by taking a hit from Serena and then placing a Bravery Charm or something that boosts their HP into play, which then will make it so that they have more than 40 HP remaining, and then we'll free them up to attack. So you're probably also going to want to pair Serena with Tool Jammer, right? Because Tool Jammer makes it so that Bravery Charm and stuff like that doesn't work. So you can keep your opponent's HP locked at that 30 remaining threshold. I think this deck seems like it'll be a lot of fun. You can either build it as a total lock deck, which intends to just mill your opponent out of cards, or maybe you can build it as a spread, lock, and sweep deck if you want to knock out all of your opponent's Pokemon at the same time. That could be kind of funny as well. Will it be competitive? I guess we'll have to start cooking and see. It certainly seems like it'll be fun, if nothing else. And with Irida available to help set up both of your water-type Stage 2 Pokemon, it at least has that as a form of consistency boost. Hisui and Braviary for all the prizes. You could sweep with the water monkey. So I did look at that, yes. Uh-huh. Don't you just want to like get the lockup and then just laugh at your opponent as they just sit there writhing in pain with nothing to do? Yeah, thank you, Snoopy, for the sub in the 9 months. Appreciate it. I guess you probably ought to find a way to take your prizes. Probably. Because the more time you give your opponent to, like, draw out of the lock, like, the more, that's not what you want. Oh, yes. I forgot about the final piece. Once you have your lock established, then it's time to bring out the crab and start using Trigger Avalanche. And you mill away. That's the lock. Lock and mill, baby. That's it. You're playing grass energy, you can play luminous energy. Easy. You only need to use that first attack anyway. Golisopod EX, new water-type EX Pokemon with 270 HP and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Aqua Blade, does 70 for 2. And then Swing and Skedaddle for a water and 2 colorless energy does 170 damage. You discard 1 energy from this Pokemon and then switch this Pokemon with one of your benched Pokemon. In a very Golisopod fashion, it is a hit and run attacker. 170 damage is enough damage to 2-hit KO just about every Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG, so it can do that. There is the new Snorlax doll item card that was released in this set, but you have to start it in order for it to be in play, so not a super reliable wall strategy if you're trying to hit and run throughout the game. You could hit and run into a card like into a card like Wheezing with the Let's Have a Blast ability, which has a 50% chance of knocking out the defending Pokemon when it gets knocked out, which is kind of funny. I'm not a big believer in hit and run style attacks. Boss's Orders exists, and every deck plays it. So I think this is more of a gimmick than it is a real strategy. I do love these new Wiglets. They are gorgeous. Look at those little cuties. This Kamiya artwork Wiglet is very nice. New Wug Trio in the house with the ad hoc choice ability. It reads, when you play this Pokemon from your hand to evolve one of your Pokemon during your turn, you may search your deck for up to 3 Pokemon tool cards and put them into your hand. This is the era of the tool card. If you've been playing the Scarlet and Violet block up until this point, you have realized just how important tool cards have become to the Pokemon TCG. And with this newest set, that has become even more true with the introduction of the technical machines and all of that. However, I still think that Arven is just the better way to go get your tool cards. That or Town Store. Both of those cards, very good, efficient ways to get tools out of your deck. Wug Trio, not so much. Especially since you're going to want to go get the tools, like early in the game, especially on turn 1, and Wug Trio being a stage 1 is slower, right, at getting tools into your hand. You could use Wug Trio in combination with the new Garbodor. I know people are going to want to talk about that, but that's a silly deck, okay? It's not going to be good. Here it is, Garbodor. Now, there have been some incredible Garbodor cards in the history of the Pokemon TCG. Garbotoxin, Trashalanche, Garbotoxin again. This, unfortunately, is not one of the great Garbodor cards. It is a gimmicky, silly card. It has 120 HP and the Chuck attack, which costs 1 darkness energy. You can discard any number of Pokemon tool cards from your hand, and the attack does 50 damage for each card you discarded in this way. Unlike some of the other tool drop Pokemon in the format right now, like Electrode from Pokemon 151, your Pokemon don't actually need to be wearing the tools. So you don't have to put a liability like Honchkrow V on your bench. You can just discard the tools out of your hand. And Wug Trio can get those tools into your hand, and then you can discard them, and you can discard leftovers, which Snorlax from Pokemon 151 can retrieve. Still, it's a lot of setup, right? Wug Trio, Garbodor, Snorlax, and you're going to need a draw engine. It's just not worth it. Veluza is an awesome new basic water Pokemon for your water type Gym Leader Challenge deck. It has the ability Cut for the Job, which reads, if this Pokemon's in the active spot and is knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, you get to move 2 water energy from this Pokemon to one of your benched Pokemon. And then, of course, it's a Hydro Pumper, which is why it's so good in Gym Leader Challenge format, because water-type Gym Leader Challenge decks love Hydro Pump style attackers with access to Frostmoth and its Ice Dance ability, as well as Baxcalibur and its Super Cold ability, which can pump water energy into play. Hydro Pump can reach really big numbers, dealing 60 damage plus 20 more damage for each water energy attached to Veluza, with the ability to one-hit KO just about anything in the format with enough water energy attached, and the bonus of passing 2 water energy back to the next attacker. This Veluza card is great for helping you to string big knockouts in GLC. Dundozo is a silly big guy, not very good. Iron Bundle, new future Pokemon with 100 HP. It's got the Hyper Blower ability, which allows you to switch out your opponent's active Pokemon to the bench. Let's see. Okay. Iron Bundle is a new 100 HP basic Pokemon with the Hyper Blower ability, which allows you to discard the Iron Bundle during your turn if it's on your bench, and then you get to switch out your opponent's active Pokemon to the bench. They choose the new active Pokemon. So this is kind of a fun little push ability. It reminds me a lot of, was it Manaphy? Not Manaphy. Was it Manaphy? No. Who was it? Fion. It reminds me a lot of Fion from Cosmic Eclipse, except explicitly worse, because Fion was a push ability that you could reuse since Fion got put on the bottom of your deck. But Iron Bundle has to be discarded, so you can't easily use it over and over again. Fion did see a decent amount of play and is a neat card for having that recurring effect. But I think that the ability to use Fion over and over again is part of what made it so good, and Iron Bundle needing to go to the discard pile, I think, holds it back from being a card that sees a lot of play. It's got the Refrigerated Stream attack for a water and 2 colorless energy, which does 80 damage, and if the defending Pokemon is an evolution Pokemon, it can't attack during your opponent's next turn. This attack is not very good. Placing those kinds of effects on the defending Pokemon is never as good as placing the protective effect on yourself, since placing the effect on the defending Pokemon allows your opponent to just switch that Pokemon out of the active spot and then move it back into the active spot to remove that effect from themselves. If you place the defensive effect on yourself, then your opponent has to push you to the bench and then bring you back up, which is much more difficult to do. So all in all, I think Iron Bundle is not a great card. Yeah, he's not worth talking about. Oh, we got a new Lightning type Mewtwo EX. It's got 230 HP and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Trans Charge, for 1 Psychic Energy, allows you to attach up to 2 basic Psychic Energy from your discard pile to your Pokemon in any way you like. This is a very historical attack on Mewtwo. And when I say that, I mean Mewtwo always has some sort of attack that accelerates energy into play. I mean, a ton of them. The Mewtwo from Crown Zenith had an energy accelerating attack. The Mewtwo movie promo from back in the day had a similar attack that accelerated energy absorption, right? There was a Mewtwo EX with energy absorption. Mewtwo Gold Star had energy absorption. Mewtwo from Majestic Dawn had energy absorption. It's just, Mewtwo loves absorbing the energy. It's just what it does. And this Mewtwo is no different. But being on an EX card, you're not usually going to want to leave your 2 prize liability in the active spot, accelerating energy, and not attacking. So, not a great setup attack, but it's okay. And then Photon Kinesis for 2 Psychic Energy does 10 damage plus 30 more damage for each Psychic Energy attached to all of your Pokemon. So if you got 10 Psychic Energy in play, then your Mewtwo is going to be dealing 310 damage. Now, there are quite a few ways to get Psychic Energy into play, in standard formats. We have got Gardevoir EX. We have got Gardevoir EX, who is one of the strongest Psychic-type energy accelerators ever printed. However, Gardevoir EX cannot accelerate those energy onto your Mewtwo because Gardevoir EX is limited to Psychic Pokemon only. But Mewtwo's attack only costs 2 Psychic energy, so you could still play Mewtwo EX alongside Gardevoir with a card like Energy Switch or Raihan or something like that. There is also the new Xatu, which is featured in this set's pre-release kits. Xatu has an ability which is effectively the same as Shadow Rider Calyrex VMAX's ability, allowing you to accelerate a Psychic energy from your hand to one of your bench Pokemon, and then you get to draw 2 cards. Mewtwo EX was featured alongside Xatu in the Japanese, what do you want to call them, theme decks? In the Japanese pre-constructed decks. Obviously, those 2 cards were kind of created to be played alongside one another. I don't know how strong of a strategy that will be in standard formats, but Mewtwo is a lightning-type Pokemon with a good weakness that can deal infinite damage. So it's certainly a card to keep on your radar. Finally, it's time to review my favorite card in the set. Elekid, my favorite baby Pokemon. It's got 30 HP, free retreat, and the Crackling Shot attack, which does 30 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. For free! One of the reasons I love this card so much is because it reminds me of the Elekid from Neo Genesis, which I used to own when I was a teenager. And I had this Elekid and played it in my unlimited lightning deck that I used to battle my friends with. When I was a kid, I didn't know anything about standard format or anything like that. I just had a bunch of cards that I collected and built my own unlimited deck that I battled against my buddies with their own unlimited decks. My friend Alex had a water deck, I had a lightning deck, and since weakness would make our matchup unfair and we couldn't afford to build more than one deck, we just played without weakness. But Elekid was an all-star of my old unlimited lightning deck. And this new Elekid reminds me a lot of that old Elekid from Neo Genesis. Unfortunately, Elekid won't really see any play in standard format, but that's okay because that's not what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about Elekid in Gym Leader Challenge formats, where this little all-star fits perfectly and really helps with the early aggression from Lightning decks. Lightning decks already have access to Zapdos from Team Up with its Thunderous Assault attack, which can do 80 damage on the first turn of the game. Having Elekid in the deck means that even if you don't get a turn 1 attack with Zapdos, you can still put pressure on the opponent by softening things up and preparing them for a Thunderous Assault later in the game. Or you can fix math with Elekid so that you can go in with your Regieleki later and Terra Spark and maybe finish something off with 40 damage snipe that you started softening up with Elekid's crackling shot. It's also got free retreat, so that means that it goes really well with the Dynamotor engine, since Dynamotor can only accelerate lightning energy to your benched Pokemon. Having Elekid in play means that you can just promote the Elekid, Dynamotor to the bench, retreat for free, and then attack with your new attacker. I think Elekid's very cute and cool, and also great for Lightning Gym, and also great for Lightning Gym Leader Challenge decks. The Splitzel's very cute. Tapu Koko EX, kind of an interesting fellow. It's got 210 HP and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Revenge Shock, is what makes this card interesting. It does 30 damage plus 90 more damage if one of your opponent's Pokemon... Its first attack, Revenge Shock, costs a lightning and a colorless energy and does 30 damage plus 90 more damage and paralyzes the defending Pokemon if any of your Pokemon were knocked out by damage from an attack during your opponent's last turn. So it is a card that can help to slow your opponent down in your lightning deck, like Miraidon EX. If they take a knockout and you can't quite get the one-hit KO return, maybe you don't have enough energy in play in order to blow something to smithereens with Raichu V, you can go in with Tapu Koko EX, who's very low maintenance, and paralyze the defending Pokemon, and then maybe the following turn you can finish whatever Pokemon you paralyzed or stuck there. You can finish them off with a stronger attacker the next turn. You revenge for 120 damage. 120 plus 220 from Miraidon EX is 280 damage, which is enough to knock out just about any Pokemon V-Star. So that's pretty good. And there are quite a few decks that don't play high counts of switching cards. I'm thinking Lugia V-Star. I'm thinking Charizard EX. You could, at the end of the game, limit your opponent's hand size with a card like Iono, and then maybe play Path to the Peak so that they can't use Pidgeot, and use Revenge Shock to paralyze, and then finish the game off with another attacker. This strategy is not a new one. In fact, this card reminds me a lot of Raichu and Alolan Raichu Tag Team GX with its Tandem Shock attack, which Pikachu and Zekrom Tag Team GX decks relied on heavily in combination with Reset Stamp. I'm really bad at math, chat. I said 120 plus 220 is 280. Man, holy smokes, dude. I need another cup of coffee. I said, what? Oh, man. What am I doing? Dealing 120 damage with Revenge Shock is really good because 120 damage combined with 220 from a Miraidon EX is going to be enough to knock out any Pokemon in the Pokemon TCG. See? We fixed it. Pikarom decks used to rely on Raichu and Alolan Raichu Tag Team GX's Tandem Shock to paralyze the opponent's Pokemon, and then they would use Reset Stamp to lower their hand size and decrease the odds of them finding the switch out. And a lot of games during this era relied on the opponent getting stuck by Tandem Shock. So this kind of strategy is not a new one, and it is certainly a strategy that could see play in Lightning decks, in Miraidon decks, in the formats to come. Oh, baby. Iron Hands EX. This card has certainly stirred up a lot of discussion since it was revealed. And Iron Hands EX is... Iron Hands EX is definitely one of the most talked about cards from this set. It's got 230 HP. It's a future Pokemon with a retreat cost of 4, and it's got 2 attacks. Arm Press does 160 damage. Boring, but amp you very much is anything but it. It costs a lightning and 3 colorless energy, does 120 damage, and if your opponent's active Pokemon is knocked out by damage from this attack, you get to take 1 additional prize card. This is a very expensive attack, but it has a very high payoff. Getting to take 2 prizes on a single prize Pokemon like Sableye, Cramorant, Comfey, Kirlia, Ralts, Mew from Celebrations. Any of those dudes, knocking out those Pokemon for 2 prizes can really help you to gain momentum in a game. And I think that Iron Hands EX will certainly find a home in a meta deck. The question is, how will Iron Hands EX best be utilized? My initial inclination is to think that it will be seeing the most play in a Baxcalibur Chien-Pao EX deck, since Baxcalibur's Super Cold ability can just rain 3 water energy onto your Iron Hands. You attach the lightning energy from hand for turn, and then you can use Amp You very much to take bonus prizes. And the big drawback of having a very expensive attack doesn't really matter in a Baxcalibur deck, since you can just use Superior Energy Retrieval, bring 3 water energy and a lightning energy back to your hand, Super Cold the water energy on, attach the lightning energy, and swing again. So I think that this card really lends itself well to a Rain Dance style attacker since it is so expensive. It could also see play in Miraidon EX builds, but I'm not sure that it's going to be terribly worth it to put 4 energy onto this Iron Hands EX and then lose all of that energy. If you're up against a deck like Lost Box and you use Iron Hands EX to knock out a Comfey, and then your opponent responds to Iron Hands EX with a Dragonite V, then you need to have enough energy in play to be able to respond to a Dragonite V. And that's one of my issues with using this card in a Miraidon build, is that once that energy gets wiped out of play, it's much more difficult to respond. But in a deck like Baxcalibur, if you take 2 prizes on a Comfey and then your opponent brings up Dragonite and slays your Iron Hands, then all you need to do is promote, Chien-Pao EX, Superior Energy Retrieval, and then blast that Dragonite to smithereens, right? So, you can see how the card really, I think, does a lot better in a deck that could just drop the card, use it out of nowhere, and then accelerate infinite energy into play, no problem. I think that Baxcalibur with Iron Hands EX will become a serious threat, since Iron Hands EX allows Baxcalibur to compete with the little guys, right? Like Comfey, Sableye, etc. And then can use Chien-Pao EX to compete with the big guys, like Charizard EX and Mew VMAX. So Iron Hands brings a lot of dimension to the Baxcalibur deck that I don't think it necessarily had before. It had to rely on using cross switchers, canceling Cologne, all that garbage, frankly, to try and knock out little guys with Radiant Greninja. Now you can cut all that inconsistent stuff from the Baxcalibur deck, and you can just use Iron Hands EX to help beat those single prize decks. Yeah, I don't really think that. I don't. I've heard people talking about Iron Hands with like Lugia. I've heard people talking about Iron Hands with all sorts of Garchomp. Like none of that stuff is worth it. Like, why? Just play it with Baxcalibur. Doesn't it make Baxcalibur inconsistent against big guys? No, I don't think so. With Lugia, I don't really think that this card makes sense with Lugia. There's no lightning type special energy, and I am not put... Bro. If Lugia starts playing basic energy, I'll have to eat my shorts. There's no way. Ain't no way, dude. Ain't no way we putting... You think we're putting Earthen Vessel in the Lugia deck, dude? Man, we've got so many Lugia bots in the chat. Discarded Archeops, get 2 basics. Bro. No way are we playing. No way. I think the problem with using, Garchomp to accelerate onto Iron Hands EX is that, first of all, Garchomp don't use lightning energy, so then you're gonna have to and then you accelerate to the Iron Hands. Your opponent sees it coming from a mile away. All right, I'll build a Lugia Iron Hands deck. I will. Play it with Dialga in the zone. Oh my goodness. Charizard Iron Hands? No. No. Listen, Charizard only accelerates 3 energy. I mean, I guess you could Charizard Iron Hands. You could. Listen, Lost Box needs to be defeated, so. Why not just Mirage Gate to it? Because it takes 4 energy. 4. Are you really going to, It cannot be worth it in Lost Box to play this thing. 4! Mirage Gate DTE? Bro. I think I'm staying firm on that. I think that Baxcalibur is the best partner. Straight up. You got Iron Hands for the little guys. You got Chen Pao for the big guys. I don't know. How are you going to convince me that there's a better partner than that? It's got to be the best one. I think for every other deck, it just doesn't seem worth it because, your opponent wipes 4 energy off the board, and then you're you might not be able to respond to the next guy. Let's look at Xatu. Psychic. Psychic seems like it always gets all the good cards, doesn't it? There's a new Xatu with 100 HP and the Clairvoyant Sense ability, which is basically Shadow Rider Calrex VMAX's Underworld Door, but on a single prize Pokemon. You can attach a basic Psychic Energy from your hand to one of your bench Pokemon and draw 2 cards once during your turn. You could play this in standard format. You could play it with Mewtwo EX and try to pump a lot of energy into play and do big damage, but my kind of inclination is that this just isn't as good. My initial thoughts are that this is just not as good as Gardevoir EX. Gardevoir EX has built-in draw with Kirlia. You can accelerate as much energy as you want, not from your hand, from the discard pile, which is better because you don't have to keep bringing the energy back to your hands in order to accelerate it. Xatu is an interesting card, and I think in any other type pool, it would be much stronger. But Psychic already has a lot of support, so Xatu might kind of get lost in all of that. In Gym Leader Challenge, though, I think that Xatu will stand out and be a true game changer because Psychic-type decks were really relying on Malamar exclusively with its Psychic Recharge ability in order to get extra energy into play. Some lists are playing Gardevoir from Next Destinies, I think, that doubles up the Psychic energy that you have, but mostly Psychic decks were relying on Dimension Valley and Malamar in order to get enough energy into play to attack. Clairvoyant Sense gives those Psychic-type Gym Leader Challenge decks another way to accelerate energy into play and another way to draw cards, which means that you're going to be more consistent, not having to solely rely on Malamar in order to get extra energy online. I also really like that Xatu pairs well with Malamar since both energy accelerators accelerate to the bench, so then you're going to want to play, a pivot card that allows you to consistently accelerates energy to your bench attackers and then move them into the active spot. I really like Xatu paired with U-Turn Board. U-Turn Board is a card that goes back to your hand if it gets discarded from play. And it's really good in Gym Leader Challenge format since a lot of decks are going to be playing Field Blower because there's stronger and stronger tools getting printed. So when your opponent inevitably does use Field Blower on your U-Turn Board, it'll come back to your hand and you can put it back down into play and you continue getting value from it. Since Xatu only has a retreat cost of 1, U-Turn Board is a perfect fit for Xatu. And I think this card is going to be a great card in Psychic-type Gym Leader Challenge decks. Speaking of cards that are great in Psychic-type Gym Leader Challenge decks, seemingly for no reason, there's a Latios here with 110 HP, and it just does 180 damage for 2 Psychic and a colorless energy. You do have to discard 3 energy from this Pokemon in order to use this attack. But if you're looking for a hammer in your Psychic-type deck that can just deal 180 damage, well, Latios fits the bill. In my list right now, I've got Mewtwo from Crown Zenith, who can do 180 damage for 3 in the back half of the game with no drawback. Latios can do 180 for 3 at any point in the game, but then has the big drawback of discarding 3 energy. I think it's kind of a, choose your own adventure here. If you want to play a card like Latios that has a very steep cost, then you can kind of construct your deck to utilize this card well in Gym Leader Challenge format. But if you don't want to be as wasteful with your energy and maybe have an attacker that can swing back-to-back turns easily, then maybe Latios is not the best choice for your deck. But since Psychic has so many good attackers, Latios will be a consideration for some players, but not seen in every list. But it is just another great addition to the Psychic pool of cards. New Coffagrigus EX. And you know what? This guy smells a lot like Dragapult VMAX. Coffagrigus EX has 260 HP, an ability, and an attack. Its ability, Gold Coffin, reads, if this Pokemon is knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, you get to search your deck for a card and put it into your hand. That's a fun little ability, which you could use twice. Twice. You could use twice in a game, since your opponent's going to be taking 2 prizes from knocking out your Coffagrigus. Hollow Hands for 2 Psychic Energy does 110 damage, and you get to place 5 damage counters on your opponent's bench Pokemon in any way you like. Now, it's kind of like Dragapult VMAX, but Dragapult VMAX existed at a very, distinct time in the Pokemon TCG, where Inteleon was being used to, make every deck work. So there were Sobbles aplenty all over the place that you could knock out with Dragapult VMAX's spread damage. And back then, 300 plus HP that Dragapult had was enough to withstand almost any attack in the Pokemon TCG. Coffagrigus has got 260 HP. It's not nearly enough. Everybody can do 260 damage. 110 damage is pitiful. You're not knocking out anything by doing 110 damage. I think this card is bulk. Espathra? I always called it Espartha, but now that I'm looking at it, that is just not what the name is. Espathra is a fun new little bird Pokemon with 120 HP. It's got the stance ability, which makes it invincible when you evolve your Espathra for turn. And then Glittering Eyes does 70 damage plus 70 more damage if you have Tulip in your discard pile. I don't expect this card to see play in standard format. There are things that can shred through this stance ability in standard, like Max Miracle. Mew VMAX just won the Lille Regional Championships and is continuing to win regionals all over the place. So it's just a very good deck. I don't expect this to see a lot of play in standard. In Gym Leader Challenge format, you could play the Espathra, but then you have to get your 1 Tulip in the discard pile. I think this card is just not very good. What do I want to say about Screamtail? Prehistoric Jigglypuff. Screamtail. 90 HP. It's an ancient Pokemon, and it's got the Roaring Scream attack. A lot of players are talking about this card in Gardevoir EX decks. It's something I'm going to be testing out on stream this week, but I'm not exactly sure that Screamtail is worth it. Roaring Scream does 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each damage counter on this Pokemon. With 90 HP, you can have 8 damage counters on your Screamtail. If you accelerate 4 energy from your discard pile to your Screamtail with Gardevoir EX's Psychic Embrace, which means that you can do 160 damage to your opponent's bench with Roaring Scream. If you play your Screamtail with Bravery Charm, you can give this thing 50 more HP, 140 HP. You can put 12 damage counters on with 6 energy. And with 12 damage counters, you're going to be doing 240 damage spread. to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon. If you attach an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule to it, then you can put 14 damage counters on it, which would allow you to do 280 damage spread anywhere on your opponent's board. If you're really feeling yourself, you can put a luxurious cape onto your Scream Tail, giving it plus 100 HP, and you can put 9 psychic energy onto your Scream Tail, giving it 18 damage counters. And with 18 damage counters, you're going to be able to do 360 damage spread anywhere on your opponent's board. Now, that all sounds fine. However, there are some serious downsides to this kind of strategy. First of all, by damaging yourself past 90 HP, you are constantly at risk of your opponent using Lost Vacuum to remove your tool card, knocking out your Scream Tail, and then your opponent gets to take another knockout by just KOing whoever you promote after they use Vacuum. So I hope that you are really getting your money's worth out of this Roaring Scream attack, because if your opponent plays Lost Vacuum, they could take a double knockout in return, which could be very bad for your board states. Yeah, that's the main problem. Yeah, that right there. There were a lot of players that were very excited for the Drifloon strategy in Gardevoir, and we saw that the Drifloon, who has a similar kind of attack as Scream Tail, Drifloon isn't seeing any play in Gardevoir decks. And the reason for that is that Shining Arcana Gardevoir is just the best attacker in Gardevoir decks. Why would you go through all of the trouble of playing a gimmicky strategy with the tools and trying to snipe 200 damage while also trying to dodge vacuums, when you could just load up a bunch of energy on your Gardevoir, bosses order something, and one-hit KO anything easily? I think it's a much more stable strategy to rely on Shining Arcana Gardevoir and Reversal Energy than it is to try and snipe things with Scream Tail. Not to mention, your opponent could just put Manaphy down and ruin your day. Maybe the Drifloon and Scream Tail strategy will get stronger once Shining Arcana Gardevoir rotates out of Standard. But, when Shining Arcana Gardevoir rotates out of Standard, we're also going to be losing Kirlia, probably, with the refinement ability. So Gardevoir will have a lot of issues to deal with when that happens. As it is right now, I think that Scream Tail and Drifloon are kind of a gimmicky strategy with Gardevoir, and you're just better off going with old reliable Gardevoir. Refinement Kirlia is F. E is rotating out. That's not confirmed. You don't know anything. Maybe they'll rotate all. You don't know that. E is rotating next. Does your dad work for Pokemon? Do you know that? They announce it somewhere. They announce rotation. Maybe I'll get rotated. If they rotate E and F at the same time, you'll eat your shorts. They should go Scarlet Violet on 100%. 100%. Mia, I saw that you're here. If you're still listening, Scarlet Violet on. Let's do it. We don't need any of those Sword and Shield cards. Rotate it all. Let's do it. Send it, Mia. Send it. Tired of Lost Box? I'm not even tired of Lost Box. I just think that the game is so much better without Pokemon Vs. Just all the Vs can go. Get the Vs out of here. Cool. You may like Gardevoir, but what about future robotic Gardevoir? Iron Valiant EX. It is a basic Pokemon from the future with 220 HP in the Take On Bits ability, which allows you to place 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon when you move Iron Valiant EX from your bench to the active spot. Its Laser Blade attack costs 2 Psychic and a Colorless and does 200 damage, with the drawback being that Iron Valiant EX cannot attack during your next turn. All right, I'm curious. Is this card good or bad? We're going to take a poll. It's good. It's bad. It's mid. All right, you have 2 minutes to vote, and I have to take a potty break. So I'm going to be right back, and when I get back, okay, I'm going to see what the votes are. All right, hang tight. BRB. Make sure to check out fullgripgames.com and their pre-orders while I'm gone. That'd be awesome. Be right back. All right, we're back. How'd the vote turn out? Dang it, bro. Can I not see the results? How did the vote turn out? Do I have to do it again? %53% of people say mid. People said it's mostly mid, huh? Oh, let me see. I got it. The poll ended. Dang, it really won't let me pull up the results of the poll after the fact. That's crazy. Sad. Wait, how's Tachyon? How's Tachyon? How is that pronounced? Tachyon? 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 It's Tachyon? Tachyon? Did I say Tachyon bits? Can we Google what tachyon means? Got it. Oh, yeah, I know all about subatomic particles that are faster than the speed of light. Right. Oh, yeah, those things. Everybody knows about those. Oh, right. Those tachyon bits. Right. Oh, yeah. All right. Iron Valiant EX is a 220 hit point basic Pokemon from the future with an ability and an attack. Its ability, Tachyon Bits, reads once during your turn when this opponent... Its ability, Tachyon Bits, allows you to place 2 damage counters on one of your opponent's Pokemon when Iron Valiant EX moves from the bench to the active spot. Its attack, Laser Blade, costs 2 Psychic and a colorless energy and does 200 damage, with the drawback being during your next turn, this Pokemon cannot attack. Now, Iron Valiant EX is a card that reads pretty good. Tachyon Bits seems like it could easily mess up a Charmander or a Ralts or something like that if you're able to switch a bunch of Iron Valiants in and out of the active spot, especially early on in the game. My beef with Iron Valiant EX is that it's just not as easy to do as you might think. If you have some grand vision of switching 4 Iron Valiants in and out of the active spot in a single turn and then continuing to do that every turn, then I am going to be the first to tell you that that is just not happening. In fact, Lost Box decks, which play 8 switch cards, can barely do that, and Comfy allows them to draw more cards when it's in the active spot with its flower selecting ability. When you switch Iron Valiant into the active spot, your hand is just decreasing in size, which is different than, when Comfy's doing it. And if you try to put Iron Valiant EX in your Lost Box deck, you will find that you pretty much never want to waste a switch card on putting Iron Valiant into the active spot, because then you gotta, then it needs to retreat or switch back as well, and you have to have bench space for it. It's just not a great fit in a lot of situations with Lost Box. I do think that there is certainly something to be said for maybe using one Iron Valiant EX in your Lost Box deck to help fix math here and there, right? I think you could certainly do that. If you want to use Iron Valiant EX in the same way that Halucha gets used to kind of play some damage counters so that then you can fix math with Sableye, that seems fine. However, I still think that Halucha might even still be better because it's not a 2-prize liability that you can start. Now, Iron Valiant as its own deck, maybe. You could use the Future tool on it to give it free retreats and make its laser blade attack do 20 more damage. You could play it with Xatu, right, to accelerate energy onto it and then actually attempt to use its laser blade attack. And if you put the Future tool on it, then its laser blade will be doing 220 damage. Combine that with the Tachyon Bits ability that'll place 2 damage counters when it moves into the active spot, and maybe you're doing 240 damage every turn, which is okay. But I would still argue that for a Pokemon that has 220 HP and gives up 2 prizes, it probably just isn't worth it. Think about other decks that use Pokemon that have 220 HP. I mean, you've got Chen-Pao EX with Baxcalibur. You've got Miraidon EX. And it seems to me like Miraidon EX, Chen-Pao EX are just better attackers than Iron Valiant EX. So my initial inclination is that my initial thoughts are that Iron Valiant EX is just not that good. But if you disagree, let me know in the comments below. Hoopa EX is a new fighting type basic with 220 HP, and this card is bad. Yep. Nothing good to see here. Energy Crush costs 2 darkness energy and does 50 damage for each energy attached to all of your opponent's Pokemon in play. And then Scoundrel Fist costs 3 darkness energy, does 200 damage, and this Pokemon can't use Scoundrel Fist during your next turn. It's like a darkness type attacker that you can't dark patch to. There's just no point. I think the Hoopa is a pretty bad card. Toxtricity EX is a new Stage 1 fighting type Pokemon EX with 2 attacks. Its first attack, Knocking Hammer for 2 lightning energy, does 70 damage, and you get to discard the top card of your opponent's deck. Not great. And then Gaiaponk for 3 lightning energy, does 270 damage, and you have to discard 3 lightning energy from your Pokemon in play. It's an attacker that takes lightning energy, so then you start thinking about the decks in Standard that use lightning energy, like Miraidon, and can Miraidon incorporate Toxtricity EX into a successful strategy? I mean, it could, but is it worth it? Probably not. Gaiaponk is a very expensive attack, and it doesn't quite do enough damage. You're pretty much always better off just discarding as much energy as you need to from play in order to take a one-hit KO with Raichu V. I don't know that adding, hitting for fighting weakness into the equation really matters in a lot of situations, especially since you're not a very good attacker at hitting for fighting weakness, right? Because if you're going to be fulfilling that role as hitting for weakness, then you probably want to be doing about 170 damage, 190 damage. Overhitting for 270 is just like complete overkill. You're doing 540 damage with weakness, and you have to discard 3 energy from play, so it's just not really what you want to do. And then just hitting 270 in general is really awkward. You're not one-hit KOing Pokemon V-Star that you should be one-hit KOing. You're, using lightning energy, but you can't even one-hit KO a Lugia V-Star. It just seems silly. So I don't think Toxtricity EX is very good. Garganackle. One of my favorite Pokemon from Scarlet and Violet. I love this Pillar of Salt. It's got the ability Energy Rock Salt, which allows you to attach a basic fighting energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon and then heal 30 damage from that Pokemon. Its attack Land Crush does 140 damage for 3 fighting energy. I don't know that this card really does anything spectacular in standard format, but you certainly could play this Garganackle in Gym Leader Challenge formats, where its Energy Rock Salt ability would be a welcome addition to fighting type decks that want to accelerate extra energy into play. As it is right now, there is a Colossal, which accelerates a fire and a fighting energy from the discard pile to your Pokemon. And you could play Garganackle alongside Colossal so that you could accelerate potentially 2 fighting and a fire energy from your discard pile to a Pokemon, which is pretty neat. So if you wanted to build an energy acceleration focused fighting deck, Garganackle could be played alongside Colossal in order to do that. There is a Garganackle EX in the near future for us. If that Garganackle EX is anything special, then maybe this Garganackle will be played with that in Standard. Thank you, Hunter, for that sub in the 2 months. Appreciate it. Clough? Y'all want to talk about Clough? All right, fine. I like Clough. I like Clough. Clough, he's nice, just a simple crab. And this Clough is definitely the best Clough that has been printed thus far. It's got the hysterical Scissors attack. For 2 colorless energy, it does 30 damage plus 160 more damage if this Pokemon is affected by special conditions. It does 30 damage plus 160 more damage if this Pokemon is affected by a special condition. And wouldn't you know it, there's a perfect combo card in Paradox Rift. Brute Bonnet, a 120 HP ancient Pokemon with the Toxic Powder ability, which reads, once during your turn, if this Pokemon has an ancient booster energy capsule attached, you may make both active Pokemon poisoned. So you can attach an ancient booster energy capsule to your Brute Bonnet, who is a basic. Man, where's my Clough at? There he is. And use its ability to poison the defending Pokemon and your Clough. And once Clough is poisoned, you can use Hysterical Scissors with just 1 double turbo energy to deal 190 damage. With double turbo, you'll be doing 170 damage. With poison, you're back up to 180 damage. You could play Hisuian Sneasler Radiant Edition, and then you're back up to like, I don't know, what, 200 damage. Anyways, you're doing some amount of damage, okay? It's like 200-ish, depending on, the poison output with Radiant Sneasler or not. But it's pretty decent damage output considering that you're attacking with a crab. Slitherwing is growing on me. I think this might be one of my favorite Paradox Pokemon. It's a cool dude, Slitherwing seems like a good time. It's got 140 HP, an ancient Pokemon with 2 attacks. Its first attack, Stomp Off, allows you to discard 1 card from the top of your opponent's deck. And then Burning Turbulence does 120 damage for 2 fighting energy, and this Pokemon does 90 damage to itself, and it burns the defending Pokemon. So effectively, 140 damage for 2 fighting energy. I think that Slitherwing could see play in fighting-type Gym Leader Challenge decks. I like it a lot as a low-maintenance attacker that can just crank out 140 damage. As a basic that only needs 2 energy to attack, and it has a decent amount of HP, it's really not bad. You could Raihan to it or just kind of stow an extra energy onto it at some point in the game. And then dealing 140 damage with the burn is going to be enough damage to one-hit KO most kind of, mid-HP attackers. And the fact that Slitherwing is a basic means that it's very reliable and easy to get into play. A lot of fighting's best attackers are stage 1s, so having a basic attacker like Slitherwing that you can rely on in a pinch is really useful. It's also got 3 retreats, which would seem like a bad thing, except for the fact that a lot of fighting decks are playing Heavy Ball, which can only find Pokemon with a retreat cost of 3 or more, which makes Slitherwing easy to access in fighting-type GLC decks. Yeah, I like Slitherwing a lot. Yeah. I took out my what was that? Wish Cache? Yeah. I took out my Wish Cache from my fighting deck and replaced it with Slitherwing. And Slitherwing was kind of sick. Because my thought was Wish Cache does 140 for 2. So does Slitherwing. And Slitherwing's just a basic. So yeah, I took out my Wish Cache for the Slitherwing, and I think I'm gonna probably keep it there. Sandy Shocks EX. Sandy, I need water. Sandy Shocks EX. 220 HP ancient Pokemon with the magnetic attraction ability, which can be used only if your opponent has 4 or fewer prize cards. It allows you to attach a basic fighting energy from your discard pile to your Sandy Shocks. And then Ground Spark does 200 damage, and this Pokemon cannot attack during your next turn. Do I think that it is worth it to attack with a Pokemon that only does 200 and do I think that it's worth it to build a deck around this Pokemon that only does 200 damage? No, I don't. Bust in pre-release format? Sure. Broken in pre-release format. Yes, where you start with 4 prizes. Yeah. Sure, I'll give you that. You could play Sandy Shocks EX alongside Hisuian Arcanine V, but frankly, I think that Hisuian Arcanine V as an attacker has a lot more issues other than accelerating energy into play. I don't think that Sandy Shocks EX fixes what Hisuian Arcanine V needs as a competitive deck. I don't think it solves any outstanding problems. Ting Lewis, 140 HP non-rule box Pokemon. It's got 2 attacks. 1 fighting energy, Sand Gathering. Attach up to 2 basic fighting energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. All of the, ruins of ancient ruins. All of those, what are they called? What are they, the ruin Pokemon? They have a silly name, don't they? They're all the ancients, the ruins, the treasures of ruin. Thank you. Thank you, all you Pokemon academics in the chat who let me know. Yes. All right. So all the treasures of ruin. Ting. Thank you, Jon Snow, for that sub in the 37 months. Let's go. Ting Lewis, 140 HP basic Pokemon with 2 attacks. Its first attack, Sand Gathering, costs 1 fighting energy and allows you to attach up to 2 basic fighting energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. All of the single prize treasures of ruin have some form of that attack. And then its second attack, Proud Impact. Let's see. All of the... Man, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Reset. Take 3. Ting Lewis, 140 HP basic Pokemon with 2 attacks. Its first attack, Sand Gathering, costs 1 fighting energy and allows you to attach up to 2 basic fighting energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. All of the treasures of ruin from this set have some variation of that attack. Its second attack, Proud Impact, costs 3 fighting energy, does 220 damage, and if this Pokemon has 4 or more damage counters on it, this attack does nothing. Ting Lu's got a fatty retreat cost of 4 as well. Now, some players are talking about pairing Ting Lu with Garchomp EX. Garchomp EX does accelerate 3 fighting energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon. You could attack with Garchomp, do 160, and then finish off whatever you softened up with Ting Lu, so long as it doesn't have 4 or more damage counters on it. And if your opponent is playing Lost Box and places damage counters on your guys, then I guess you just cry or something. I don't know, or play Switch Cart and try to fix it. But in my opinion, I don't think Ting Lu is all that great. But it could be okay with Garchomp. Thank you, Mr. Bagel, for that sub. I did not, Co19. Did not want to say nerds. I guess. All right. I guess you could use Ting Lu in a Garchomp deck to accelerate fighting energy into play if you happen to be playing against a matchup where you don't want Garchomp in play, like Miraidon. It's not the worst thing I've ever heard, I suppose. But then again, like, your deck has to be able to beat things like Gardevoir. Like, is a Ting Lu deck ever going to beat Gardevoir? Is it ever going to beat Mew VMAX? Like, is it ever going to beat, like, Lugia V-Star? Is it ever going to beat a good deck? Those are my questions. This new Darkness Crobat is kind of silly. It's got the Mad Echo attack, which does 50 damage, and you get to choose your own adventure, either item lock or supporter lock. During your opponent's next turn, they can't do whichever one you chose. And that's kind of fun, right? All in all, I don't think this card is very good, but it does have free retreat, and it does have a choose your own adventure lock, which is kind of fun. I know you could like play the Lipard with the, I don't think that's worth it. All right. I think that's cheese. Like, Pokemon always serves us up gimmicks like this. Like, oh, you could use Lipard and then you could like damage yourself with your Roaring Moon. And then like, you know, once you go owie, then you can attack with the Lipard and move all the damage counters off. Like, that's never going to happen. Okay. It's never going to happen. Stop trying to make it a thing. It's not going to happen. It's never going to happen. Never. Evil Tall Stinky. Thievel Stinky. Morpeko is Stinky. Talked about Root Bonnet. All right. Let's get to the real cards. All right. Time to talk about some real Pokemon cards. Roaring Moon EX. A massive 230 HP basic ancient Pokemon with 2 crazy attacks. Its first attack, Frenzied Gouging, costs 2 darkness and a colorless energy, and it instantly knocks out your opponent's active Pokemon. And then, you know, Roaring Moon does 200 damage to itself, which is a steep price to pay, but frankly, not that bad considering you are instantly knocking out whatever is directly in front of you. Doesn't matter how big it is, doesn't matter if it's a Pokemon VMAX, Pokemon EX, Stage 2, whatever. You can instantly knock out anything with Frenzied Gouging. And then if you're up against something that, you know, maybe isn't worth dealing 200 damage to yourself for, then you've got old reliable Calamity Storm. Costs 2 darkness and a colorless energy, and it does 100 damage plus 120 more if you decide to discard a stadium in play. So you can do 220 damage by discarding a stadium, which knocks out all Pokemon V for the most parts, and a good chunk of other things in the format, like, you know, Archeops, support Pokemon like Baxcalibur, and etc. Roaring Moon EX looks like it's going to be a serious threat in our standard format. It is massive, it is fast, and it hits like a truck. Roaring Moon, it's not really worth talking about without also discussing the various cards that support it. Cards that support it, cards that support it. All right. First of all, there is Professor Sada's Vitality, a new supporter card from Paradox Rift, which allows you to choose up to 2 of your ancient Pokemon and attach a basic energy from your discard pile to each of them, then draw 3 cards. So with Professor Sada's Vitality, you can juice energy from your discard onto your Roaring Moon EX, and then use Dark Patch to get even more energy onto your Roaring Moon EX. Switch them into the active spot, and it is very easy to attack with Roaring Moon EX on the first turn of the game, going second. All you need is a Dark Patch, an attach from hand, and Professor Sada's Vitality. The only mildly difficult thing is getting enough darkness energy into the discard pile so that you can use Sada's Vitality and Dark Patch in the same turn. But to alleviate that difficulty, there's also a new item card, Earthen Vessel, which I think is one of the strongest cards in Paradox Rift. It's an ancient item that requires you to discard a card from your hand in order to use it, and it allows you to search your deck for up to 2 basic energy and put them into your hand. There are going to be quite a few decks that rely on Earthen Vessel. It is so good at cycling energy out of your deck into your hand and into the discard pile. And any deck that wants to see more energy and see different types of energy could utilize Earthen Vessel to great success. I mean, you could use it in Baxcalibur decks. You could use it in Gardevoir decks. You could use it in Roaring Moon EX decks. You could use it in Miraidon decks. You could use it in just about anything. I think that Earthen Vessel is going to be a card that a lot of decks utilize, and a card that sees play throughout its legality in standard format and perhaps even in Gym Leader Challenge format, where it has competition from other item cards like Professor's Letter. The discard effect of Earthen Vessel is really good for Roaring Moon, since you can use 2 Earthen Vessel in the same hand to go get darkness energy out of your deck and then continue putting them into the discard pile for Sada's Vitality and Dark Patch. And then there's still one more thing. Roaring Moon EX has access to Ancient Booster Energy Capsule, which is a tool card that gives your Roaring Moon plus 60 HP and makes it so that it cannot be affected by any special conditions. So now we're looking at Roaring Moon EX in the context of Dark Patch, Sada's Vitality, Earthen Vessel, and Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. This is not just a 230 HP Pokemon that can do infinite damage. It is a 290 HP Pokemon that can do infinite damage on the first turn of the game consistently. And that is something that is worth thinking about. This is a serious card. 290 HP with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule is nutty. Even if Roaring Moon EX does 200 damage to itself, with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached, it has 90 HP left. Your opponent is going to have to actually attack it with something meaningful in order to finish it off if it does have a capsule attached. And then with that backup attack, Calamity Storm, I mean, really, you can just pick and choose when you want to Frenzied Gouging. For the most part, you're just going to be using Calamity Storm, and getting a turn 1 Calamity Storm for 220 damage is really good. Just look at Miraidon. I mean, Miraidon's entire strategy is built around dealing 200-ish damage turn 1 with Raikou V. And Raikou V is kind of squishy. With a big, with a Bravery Charm, it's a little bit more formidable with 250 HP. Roaring Moon EX is even more scary than a turn 1 Raikou V. Like a lot more scary than a turn 1 Raikou V. Instead of having to pivot to a Raichu V and discarding all of your energy to take a big knockout at the end of the game, Roaring Moon EX is threatening the same thing that Miraidon EX, Raikou V, and Raichu V are threatening. It is threatening all 3 of those things at the same time. And I think that probably helps to put into perspective how good Roaring Moon EX can be right off the bat. It is threatening everything that Miraidon is threatening with a single attacker that can have 290 HP. And that's nuts. You could get Iron Hands. That's true. You can get Iron Hands back for 3 prizes, but I think this card's nuts. He don't look stupid. Come on. Everybody loves to hate Lost Box, including the game designers over at Creatures. Jirachi has the Stellar Veil ability, which makes it so that attacks from your opponent's basic Pokemon can't put damage counters on your benched Pokemon. Now, they didn't name any names in this ability, but it's obviously here to counter one Pokemon. Sableye. Sableye has the Lost Mine attack, which famously places damage counters wherever it wants on your board. Doesn't matter if you're trying to set up stage 2 Pokemon or have a nice support Pokemon on your bench or any of that, Sableye will just ruin it with Lost Mine. Jirachi's Stellar Veil is some sort of countermeasure that helps you to protect against Lost Mine. But what Jirachi doesn't protect your board against is Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken attack, which does 90 damage to 2 things. So in order to have a fully protected board against a Lost Box deck, you have to have not only Jirachi, but also Manaphy on your bench. Because if you have just Jirachi, then your opponent will use Moonlight Shuriken and just simply knock out the Jirachi. And if you have just Manaphy and no Jirachi, then your opponent will use Lost Mine and just knock out your Manaphy. So you kind of need both. And that's just a lot to ask from pretty much every deck. Who wants to have 2 bench sitters eating up space? It just doesn't really jive well with a lot of strategies. So I don't know exactly how much play this thing is going to see. I'm being honest. What deck realistically is going to have Jirachi and Manaphy on the bench? Realistically. What deck? Maybe Lost Box. People are saying Lost Box. Like, it's meant to counter Lost Box. You're telling me Lost Box is the only deck that can play them both? Charizard could do it. Sure. Charizard's one of the only decks that could do it. Yeah, sure. Charizard's one of the only decks that could do it. Gardevoir is not going to be great to do it. No. Because think about, like, Gardevoir could do it if you happen to open the nuts. Like, if you open Double Battle VIP Pass and Supporters, and you don't need to put down Mew from Celebrations, and you don't need to put down Radiant Greninja, then sure. Gardevoir can do it if you don't need any of those other Pokemon. But if you put Mew from Celebrations in play, and you put Radiant Greninja in play, you're going to have to just draw the nuts without those guys, right? Japanese Zorobox lists. I mean, maybe you could play it in Japanese. You could play it in Zorobox. You could. I think Zorobox probably has some other issues. I mean, I'm a big Zorobox defender. I've liked that deck quite a bit, but I think Zorobox has other problems, frankly, other than just Lost Zone. I think Zorobox can just lose to any deck, really. United Wings, all right. United Wings with the Jirachi. United Wings, this true? All right. All in all, I think it's better that we have this card than to have no options, even though it comes at a steep cost of another bench spot, since single prize decks need to run Manaphy and Jirachi in order to fully protect against Lost Box, making it so that you have to operate with 4 Pokemon in play total. Those are tight quarters for a lot of decks to operate, but it is feasible for some decks, maybe decks like Zorobox, and United Wings will get a new breath of life thanks to Stellar Veil Jirachi. Thank you, Mike the Giant, for the sub in the 6 months. Thank you. Ferrothorn, very handsome new card, especially that art rare. It is a stage 1 Pokemon with the solid It is a stage 1 Pokemon with the solid body ability, which makes it so this Pokemon takes 30 less damage from attacks. Useful little ability. And it has the Spinning Needle attack for a metal and a colorless, does 50 damage. And if this Pokemon uses Spinning Needle next turn, it does 100 more damage. You could play this guy in Gym Leader Challenge formats. If you attack with it back-to-back turns, you're dealing 150 damage for just 2 energy. And Ferrothorn is kind of tanky, having an effective HP of 170 with a solid body ability. Dealing only 50 damage is pretty bad if your opponent happens to mess with your flow and use Escape Rope or Boss or Guzma or anything like that to push your Ferrothorn out of the active spots. But, you know, not a bad low maintenance attacker for Gym Leader Challenge format. Somebody please help me. Please, somebody stop me. Because I'm starting to think that Aegislash could be a good deck. And I know that I shouldn't think like this, okay? Because I know my heart's going to get broken, but I'm starting to think that maybe, just maybe, Aegislash, with its Mysterious Shield ability, could be a valid strategy in standard format. Mysterious Shield prevents all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from your opponent's Pokemon EX and Pokemon V. So it's got that special guard ability. So it's got that safeguard style ability, which makes it so that most of the format can't touch it. And then it's got the hard bashing attack for a metal and a colorless. It does 120 damage, and this attack's damage is not affected by any effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. So, let's think about what decks have a tough time dealing with Aegislash. Miraidon EX is going to have a tough time dealing with this card. Man, that's like it. Anything else? All right. Miraidon EX. Baxcalibur. Oh, yeah. Charizard. Arceus. Lugia plays 2 Snorlaxes. They will not sweat at all looking at this thing. And Charizard can use... Sure, I mean, Charmeleon can knock out 1, but then you just one hit KO the Charmeleon in return. There are some decks in standard formats that will have a tough time dealing with Aegislash. Charizard EX doesn't play a lot of answers. Arceus V-Star, Miraidon EX. But then there are certainly some decks that'll have an easy time dealing with Aegislash. Like Lugia V-Star now plays multiple copies of Snorlax. Snorlax can one-hit KO Aegislash with ease while not getting one-hit KO'd in return. Mew VMAX has the Max Miracle attack, which can go through your Aegislash's Mysterious Shield as well. Now, you could use the... what's it called? Elegant Cape or something? Luxurious Cape. Now you could pair Aegislash with Luxurious Cape, which gives your Aegislash 100 more hit points, making it much more difficult to knock out and much more capable of surviving hits from your opponent's single prize counters. Like Snorlax can't one-hit KO an Aegislash with a Luxurious Cape attached. So that is another kind of interesting, piece of the equation. Baxcalibur decks are going to have a hard time dealing with Aegislash. What? They have to go attack with Radiant Greninja and Baxcalibur. Baxcalibur only does 130 damage, which is not enough to knock out Aegislash. Lost Box decks will probably have a good time dealing with your Aegislash, considering they can just Cramorant you or Sableye you or whatever. But whatever your Aegislash is having a tough time against, you do have Aegislash EX as a backup attacker. And that's really nice because Aegislash EX is huge. It's got 330 HP and 2 attacks. Its first attack, Peerless Edge, does 70 damage for each prize card you have taken. And then Double Edge Slash does 220 damage for 2 metal energy, and Aegislash EX does 30 damage to itself. So Peerless Edge can do 350 damage at the end of the game if you only have 1 prize card remaining. But what's more likely is that you'll have 2 prize cards remaining and you can do 280 damage, which is still not bad. It can one-hit KO all Pokemon V-Star at the end of the game if you have just 2 prize cards remaining. And then Double Edge Slash is good for knocking out Pokemon V, or even for just kind of like knocking out your opponent's single prize Pokemon that would otherwise be able to deal with Aegislash. I think that this could be an interesting deck. I do. And maybe I have a little bit too much hopium in this archetype, but I really like Doublade and Honedge and Aegislash. I like the whole line. I think they're cool dudes. They're some of my favorite metal Pokemon. So I'm going to try and make this work. Now, you know what Pokemon I don't believe in is Skeledirge EX. All right, this goofy metal type alligator, crocodile, whatever. It's got 330 HP and the Incendiary Song ability, which allows you to discard a fire energy from your hand, and it makes your Pokemon's attacks do 60 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. So it's a damage booster. That's nice. It's a stage 2. That's not nice. And its attack, Luster Burn, costs 2 fire energy, does 160 damage. And sure enough, this attack's damage is not affected by any effects on your opponent's active Pokemon, so it could hit through Aegislash, if you wanted to, or you were up against an Aegislash deck. All in all, I think that, is it going to be worth it to set up a stage 2 Pokemon to do 60 more damage to fix your math? It almost feels like you're probably just better off picking a different attacker. If your main attacker is doing 60 damage short of the number that it needs to be doing, or 120 damage short of the numbers that it needs to be doing, then just build a different deck. Frankly, rather than try to set up all these stage 2s and then discard fire energy to do more damage, I could see this card maybe in some sort of Arceus pile. Sure, maybe you could play Skeledirge EX with Arceus. Frankly, that actually even seems pretty good. Because Arceus is an insane card, but the only problem with Arceus is that it doesn't one-hit KO things. And if you played Arceus with Skeledirge, then your Arceus can one-hit KO things. So that's pretty cool, right? I mean, if you're doing 180 damage with the double turbo from Arceus, and then you discard 2 fires with 2 Dirge set up, you're doing 300. All right, fine. Arcdirge. I take it back. I could see Arceus Skeledirge. But that's it, all right? Nothing else. My boy. Goldengo EX. 260 hit point stage 1 Pokemon who has the coin bonus ability, which allows you to draw a card once during your turn. And then if Goldengo's in the active spot, you get to draw 2 cards instead. It's got tasting. If you know, you know. This is a very good ability, allowing you to churn through your deck. It doesn't require a ton of support, being that Goldengo is a support Pokemon and an attacker all in one. And its Make It Rain attack can one-hit KO anything in the Pokemon TCG, except for, Aegislash and other Pokemon that can't be damaged by Pokemon EX. Make It Rain costs 1 metal energy, and you can discard any number of basic energy cards from your hand. The attack does 50 damage for each card you discarded in this way. So if you discard 6 energy from your hand, you're going to be doing 300 damage for just 1 energy. And I think that, for me, Goldengo feels a lot like Baxcalibur in that you just have this 2-prize Pokemon that can one-hit KO anything. But it's a lot less maintenance than Baxcalibur. You don't have to worry about your stage 2 Pokemon getting knocked out. You don't have to worry about rare candies or setting up a stage 2 Pokemon at all, for that matter. And since Make It Rain costs a metal energy and doesn't require that you discard a specific type of energy from your hand to do damage, all it has to be is a basic energy, you can actually splash whatever kind of attacker you want in a Goldengo EX deck. I'm currently playing Psychic Energy in my build, since Fog Crystal can be used to search out your Gimmighoul, and Psychic Energy to discard with Make It Rain. But you could also play Fire Energy in your Goldengo EX deck, and you could attack with Radiant Charizard at the end of the game if you wanted to. And I think that there are going to be a bunch of different cards that you could pair with your Goldengo EX. So it's something where you kind of want to keep those options open and on the table, and, you know, look out for opportunities to splash other attackers with Goldengo. I think that Goldengo, like Baxcalibur, is a deck that has potential, but what Goldengo doesn't have going for it that Baxcalibur does right now is that Baxcalibur can utilize the new Iron Hands EX, where Goldengo might struggle against single prize decks like Lost Box. So that's the only difference I see. I think Goldengo's got a lot of promise, but does it have the answers to single prize decks like Baxcalibur does now? Altaria EX. You know, Creatures has been just really teasing us with the dragon Pokemon, all right? Dragon Pokemon aren't canceled or anything, but it sure feels like it. We only get like one dragon as a treat every set, and then most of them are bad. Except for at the end of the sets when they decide to start printing all the most broken dragons ever. I don't know. When are we going to get another good dragon attacker for Gym Leader Challenge formats? Tatsugiri probably just isn't it, but oh well, oh well. Patience is key. You need patience as a dragon tamer. Altaria EX has 260 HP and the Humming Heal ability, which allows you to heal 20 damage from each of your Pokemon during your turn, and then Light Pulse does 140 damage, and during your opponent's next turn, prevent all effects of attacks from your opponent's Pokemon done to this Pokemon. No, this card's not very good. Tatsugiri, our other dragon from Paradox Rift, has 70 HP and 2 attacks. His first attack does 20 damage. Its second attack, Survival Strategy, for 2 colorless energy, allows you to search your deck for up to 2 cards and put them into your hand. And then you can switch Tatsugiri with one of your benched Pokemon. Some players are talking about utilizing this card in Gym Leader Challenge format, and you certainly could if you wanted to play twin energy or double colorless energy in your deck to try and set up with Tatsugiri. That's a fine idea. However, I do think that the new technical machines are going to be better for dragon type decks in Gym Leader Challenge format, and that it won't be worth attacking with Tatsugiri or, diluting your energy counts with double colorless or twin energies, when you could just use the evolution TM on turn 1 to evolve up your Gible and your Dratini to, get one stage closer to their powerful stage 2 counterparts, or using the Energy Turbo TM to get some basic energy from your deck onto your benched attackers so that you can, go a few turns without having to worry about accelerating extra energy into play. So in my mind, Tatsugiri just really falls short of what it needs to be a useful card in GLC. Yeah, my dragon list currently is playing Arven with the TMs, and I'll be showing it off on Wednesday night's GLC stream. Yeah. I'm going to have Ben Morse on Wednesday night. We're doing a Wednesday night GLC stream about 6 p.m. with Ben Morse, and then Wednesday morning I'm going to be doing Standard with Jesse Parker. So standard Paradox Rift. So Wednesday is like a big tabletop day. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to be doing the Paradox Rift pre-release build and battle with Heather. So got back-to-back tabletop days coming up the next 2 days, which I'm very excited about. A double-doubler. Yes. New Porygon Z is quite interesting. It's got 150 HP and the Bug Turbo ability, which allows you to flip a coin. If heads, you can choose up to 4 basic energy from your discard pile and attach them to this Pokemon. If tails, discard 1 energy from Porygon Z. Energy attack costs 1 colorless energy and does 40 damage for each energy attached to this Pokemon. This is an interesting card because it could just get energy into play, and that's cool. It does have a 50% success rate, and, you know, half the time you'll have to discard an energy from Porygon, but if there's ever a strategy in standard format that, you know, relies on amassing a ridiculous amount of energy in play, then maybe Porygon Z could help fulfill that. In Gym Leader Challenge format, Porygon Z is also capable of just being its own attacker. You could set up Porygon Z and then just use its Bug Turbo ability, flip heads on it eventually, get 4 energy onto your Porygon, and you're doing 160 damage, which is not bad, considering that it accelerates the energy to itself. That's pretty cool. In standard format, you could also use Porygon Z to get energy into play and then maybe like energy switch off of the Porygon Z onto other attackers. And then you could kind of just use its ability every turn to try and juice extra energy into play. Yeah, I mean, it's a funny little card. And it's something to keep your eye on should the opportunity for it to succeed ever come up. I actually think this Spinda is kind of cool for Gym Leader Challenge format. It's got the Staggered Foot ability, which reads, if this Pokemon is confused and receives damage from an attack, you can flip a coin. If heads, prevent that damage done to this Pokemon. So it has a 50% chance of being invincible while confused. And then its Wander Step attack for 3 colorless energy does 100 damage and makes it so that Spinda is confused. This card could certainly be an alternate attacker in colorless Gym Leader Challenge decks. With powerful colorless energy, Muscle Band, you can make it so that you're doing 140 damage, and then you have a 50% chance of surviving any incoming attack. With just a couple of damage buffs, really, Spinda is a nice defensive Pokemon that can deny prizes. Now, obviously, its damage cap is a little bit low, but as far as knocking out support Pokemon goes or knocking out little guys, I mean, Spinda is about as good as it gets because it has a 50% chance of denying all damage coming back. That ability can obviously be turned off by cards like Hex Maniac and Silent Lab, but forcing your opponent to have those counters in order to guarantee a KO can be huge. If you've ever played Gym Leader Challenge format and swung into a Dragapult, right, and had your opponent flip heads, then you know how frustrating it can be to deal with those coin flip abilities. And I think that Spinda does just enough damage that it could be relevant in GLC. Mousehold EX. Look at that. We got the whole family here. 230 HP. It's got the Solidarity ability, which reads, if this Pokemon is in the active spot and is damaged by an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, put 3 damage counters on the attacking Pokemon for each of your Tandemaus and Mousehold, including Pokemon EX, in play. I don't like these kinds of recoil abilities because your opponent can usually play around them. The damage never adds up as much as it needs to. Mousehold also only has 230 HP. I just got a lot of problems with this. Then, Mousehold EX's Nom 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 in Scissors attack only does 120 damage, and then you draw 2 cards. Yeah, so it's got free retreat. It's cute, but that ain't going to get it to where it needs to be competitive, in my mind. Bombardier EX, 200 HP, and it's got the fast carrier attack, which you can use if you're going first. It allows you to search your deck for up to 3 basic Pokemon and put them onto your bench. Obviously, a very good setup attack. I think that Bombardier EX will probably see more play once Battle VIP Pass rotates out of Standard. As it is right now, almost all setup-based decks are running Battle VIP Pass and just doing whatever they can to try and draw into them on the first turn of the game. But after Battle VIP Pass rotates, yeah, Bombardier could be a serious option for setup decks. I think Iron Jiggler is just worse than Snorlax, frankly. Counter Catcher is back. An item card that you can only play if you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent. It allows you to switch in one of your opponent's bench Pokemon to the active spot. Really makes you think, isn't it crazy that during the early black and white era, they just printed Pokemon Catcher with no flip? Like, this item card used to have no claws. That's crazy. But now Counter Catcher is back, and it shows how far this game has come over the course of the last decade. Counter Catcher is very good for control decks that'll never take a prize card because they will always be losing. And since they are always losing, they can always use Counter Catcher to bring up and try to stall Pokemon with a large retreat cost. There will probably be some other applications for Counter Catcher in Standard. Cards, perhaps in decks that utilize cards like Irida to search out item cards, Arven, right? Being able to Arven or Irida for a Counter Catcher on a specific turn seems pretty good, but many decks will just continue to use Boss's Orders, which is guaranteed to gust no matter if you're winning or losing, but maybe a one-of Counter Catcher starts to sneak into lists that can search out items easily on key turns that they would need them. Zorobox, yeah. Underrating this card? Nah, this card's mid. Counter Catcher's fine. I mean, but it's not like, it's not crazy. Arven is Gust now. What if you're tied? What if you're winning? No, it's not. Will Lost Box play it? Maybe Lost Box. Lost Box could certainly play it. Yeah. Listen. It's a great card for control decks. Counter Catcher is a really good card for control decks. I think it'll probably see play in Lost Box decks as well because they usually want to be playing other supporters for turn. And funny enough, Counter Catcher doesn't get discarded by Pokestop, so that's nice. Maybe it'll see play in Zorobox decks and other single prize decks. But the thing about that is that those decks will like Counter Catcher because they're always losing because they're bad decks. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes. Yeah, single prize decks will love Counter Catcher because they're always losing because they're bad. What, are you going to play one Counter Catcher in your Guardy deck? What about, are you going to play two Counter Catchers? You're going to find room for two Counter Catchers? What if you're winning? What if you're tied? I'm telling you, it's going to be a one of in some decks, but it's not crazy. You're going to play 4 Counter Catchers in Mew? Why? Yeah, in Lost Box? Sure. I see it in Lost Box. That deck is a... I think Mew is like a deck that doesn't want to play any. Mew is a beat stick deck that's like winning almost all the time because it's aggressive. So you'll never be able to play your Counter Catchers. And then they're going to clog up your hands. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just a fine card. It's a fine card. But I stand by my review of the card and that I am not underestimating it. No chance. I've lived through Counter Catcher. I know exactly what it can do. It's a fine card, but it's not crazy. And certainly not every deck will play it. I would say a few decks will play it. Cursed Duster is a tool card that reads, if the Pokemon this card is attached to is knocked out by damage from an attack from your opponent's Pokemon, discard a random card from your opponent's hand. I think this card is cheese. Next, Defiance Vest. New tool card. If you have more prize cards remaining than your opponent, the Pokemon this card is attached to takes 40 less damage from attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. This is an interesting card, and I think that some decks could utilize Defiance Vest to make their guys beefy. And it also plays into those comeback strategies that we were promised at the beginning of the Scarlet and Violet block, so that's nice as well. Maybe control decks will really like Defiance Vests because they are always losing. So then Defiance Vest is always preventing 40 damage, which is nice. Just like the ancient Pokemon booster capsule, the future Pokemon also got their own booster capsule, Future Booster Energy Capsule, which makes it so that the future Pokemon it's attached to has no retreat cost. Man, there is a gnat. Fruit fly. Get out of here, bro. Just like its ancient counterparts, just like their ancient counterparts, future Pokemon also got a booster energy capsule. The Future Booster Energy Capsule, a new tool card that makes it so that the future Pokemon that this card is attached to has no retreat cost, and the attacks it uses do 20 more damage to your opponent's active Pokemon. Nice. Iron Hands EX has a retreat cost of 4. Giving it a free retreat cost is certainly pretty cool. And increasing its Ampu very much damage from 120 to 140 does allow it to take key knockouts thanks to weakness against cards like Pidgeot EX and Lugia V-Star. Future Booster Energy Capsule, increasing the damage that future Pokemon deal by 20 is a big deal, and Free Retreat is also a really big deal. Two of the best tool cards ever printed do, either or of those effects. Muscle Band just increases damage dealt by 20, and Floatstone makes the Pokemon that it's attached to have Free Retreat. Having a 2-in-1 of Muscle Band and Floatstone is completely nuts. Because, like I said, those are two of the best cards. Those are two of the best tool cards ever printed. However, Future Booster Energy Capsule will only ever be as good as the future Pokemon utilizing it. And with... That being said, Future Booster Energy Capsule will only ever be as good as the future Pokemon using it. And until there becomes a deck that mostly utilizes future Pokemon, Future Booster Energy Capsule will kind of just be here waiting for that deck to exist. I'm not exactly convinced that Iron Valiant is it. I don't think that Iron Valiant EX is that dude in the same way that Roaring Moon EX is that dude. So I think that the ancient Pokemon are going to start off in the lead, since I do think that Roaring Moon is better than Iron Valiant. Maybe that will age poorly. The best future Pokemon from this set, in my opinion, is Iron Hands, and Iron Hands isn't its own deck as much as it is... Maybe it is its own deck. All right. What about just an Iron Hands deck? What if it's just an Iron Hands deck? Why haven't we been thinking about this? It's just Iron Hands. It's the whole deck is hands, bro. But anyways, yes. Future Booster Energy Capsule will only be as good as the future Pokemon using them. And I'm not exactly sure that any of the future Pokemon are good enough to be their own archetype. Like Iron Hands is more of a card that gets splashed in other decks. Iron Valiant, I'm not really a big believer in. Roaring Moon EX, I think, is going to see a decent amount of play. And then the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule certainly could see play in Roaring Moon decks. Lair Bear is a supporter card. You flip a coin. If heads, search your deck for up to 2 Pokemon and put them into your hand. If tails, search your deck for a basic Pokemon and put it into your hand. I know what you wanted. You love capturing aroma so much. You wanted a capturing aroma effect on a supporter card. Didn't you, Squidward? No. Luxurious Cape is a really powerful new tool card. It reads, if the Pokemon this card is attached to does not have a rule box, it gets plus 100 hit points, and when it's knocked out by damage from your opponent's attacks, your opponent takes 1 more prize card for it. A tool card just for non-rule box Pokemon. Now, I've talked about this card on the stream quite a bit. I think it's not going to see hardly any play in standard format, and there's a reason for that. I'm going to get it. Oh, I got the gnat. I destroyed it. I'm going to go get some hand sand. Okay. Yeah, thank you, Jay Belanti, for the sub. Appreciate that. I don't think this card is going to see hardly any play in standard format. And the reason for that is when you give a non-rule box Pokemon 100 more hit points, it goes from having maybe 150 HP to 250 HP. Maybe if it's a stage 2 non-rule box Pokemon, then it'll go from having 170 HP to 270 HP. The problem with that is that standard format is already calibrated so that pretty much every deck in the format knows that they're going to have to deal 250 to 330 damage in order to take 2 prizes. Every deck is aware of that. You're going to have to knock out giant Pokemon like Charizard EX with 330 HP, Lugia V-Star, right? Mew VMAX. You're going to have to knock out big dudes like Arceus V-Star if you want to win games. And you only get 2 prizes for knocking out those Pokemon. So, are there any non-rule box Pokemon who are worth giving 100 extra HP with an additional card in your deck that are actually going to make a huge difference? Not really, right? Because all of the rule box Pokemon are already so strong. It's not like there's any non-rule box Pokemon that are just being held back by the fact that they don't have 100 more HP. Luxurious Cape could see play on control style Pokemon in standard format. I'm talking about Mimikyu. I'm talking about Aegislash, right? Pokemon with safeguard style abilities. Making those Pokemon more difficult to knock out is a different story entirely, because standard decks are not calibrated to deal 250 damage to a Pokemon that can't be damaged by Pokemon EX and Pokemon V, right? So you're looking for uses for Luxurious Cape where you're going to be able to place the Pokemon it's attached to outside the range of what any other deck will likely be able to deal to it in order to deal with it. And in standard formats, there are going to be very few situations where that really comes up or makes sense. But in Gym Leader Challenge format, this card is a game changer. And for the exact reason that I just expressed, where in standard format, all decks are calibrated to be able to deal 280 damage to 300 damage for 2 prize cards. But in Gym Leader Challenge format, not a lot of decks are calibrated to do 280 damage. In Gym Leader Challenge format, not a lot of decks are calibrated to deal 250 damage or 280 damage. In fact, almost no decks are calibrated to be able to deal that much damage, because Gym Leader Challenge decks usually only have to deal about 130 to maybe at the highest end 200 damage. Most decks are doing about that much damage. So when you slap a Luxurious Cape down and give your Pokemon close to 300 HP, it is very likely that your opponent will not be able to deal with that threat outside of having Field Blower to remove it. And since Gym Leader Challenge is a singleton format, the odds of your opponent having the Field Blower on the key turn that they need it to remove your Luxurious Cape, it's going to be a whole song and dance. There's going to be a whole kind of game happening within the game that has to deal with tools. And that is a very fun prospect, in my opinion. I think that's like really interesting. As tool cards are becoming more powerful, then tool removal becomes more necessary, or tool denial, right? And that's a whole kind of mini game within the game. It's a meta game, right? And that's a lot of fun, because the tool cards are becoming a lot more interesting in Gym Leader Challenge format. And something that Luxurious Cape does in GLC is that it gives the Pokemon that it's attached to the opportunity to go 2 for 2. And when I say that, I mean your opponent will take 2 prizes by 2-hit KOing it, and then you will take 2 prizes by knocking out 2 of your opponent's Pokemon. You're going 2 for 2. In Gym Leader Challenge format, usually, often, your Pokemon are getting 1-hit KO'd by the opponent's Pokemon. So every turn, you have to build up a new attacker and then attack with a new attacker. Then that Pokemon goes down, and you build up a new attacker, and you attack with that Pokemon, and that Pokemon goes down. What Luxurious Cape gives you the flexibility to do is it gives you the flexibility to not have to build up a new attacker every single turn in Gym Leader Challenge format, which can be really big, especially for decks like Dragon or decks that maybe don't have the easiest time accelerating extra energy into play. It can be very powerful in those situations. It can also be very powerful in Gym Leader Challenge format combined with hand disruption cards like Reset Stamp and Iono. At the end of the game, if your opponent has just 1 prize card remaining, you can set their hand to 1 card, put down the Luxurious Cape, and boom. Now all of a sudden you have to deal with a near 300 HP Pokemon. Your hand is small, and that might be a tough thing to do. This card is very good in Gym Leader Challenge formats, and it will have some, niche uses in Standard. Talk about another card that feels like it was printed straight into GLC. Mela is exceptional in Gym Leader Challenge formats. It can only be played if any of your Pokemon were knocked out during your opponent's last turn, and it allows you to attach a basic fire energy from your discard pile to one of your Pokemon, then draw cards until you have 6 cards in your hand. In Gym Leader Challenge formats, that is going to be very good for Fire-type decks, but Mela does not require that you attach energy to a Fire-type Pokemon, so you can accelerate to any type. I also think that Mela is going to be very good in Dragon decks, since Dragon decks can play just a couple of basic Fire energies to accelerate onto your Regidrago or your Druddigon, and then you can use Mela to fill your hand to 6 and get an extra energy attachment onto those Pokemon. In Dragon-type Gym Leader Challenge decks, it always feels like you pretty much want to play Raihan every turn of the game to get those extra energy cheated into play, and Mela just gives you more flexibility by not needing to play Raihan every single turn. You can play Raihan one turn, you can play Mela another turn, you can use Double Dragon on another turn, you can use Luxurious Cape to survive a knockout on a turn. Mela it literally doubles up the amount of energy accelerating supporters that Dragon decks can utilize, and with the bonus of filling your hand to 6 cards, I think it's just really an ace in that deck. Obviously, very good in Fire-type Gym Leader Challenge decks as well. Now, Fire-type decks have access to Mela, Blacksmith, Raihan, and Welder, and Kiawe, I guess, to accelerate fire energy into play. Fire-type decks have more supporter-based energy acceleration than any other type in Gym Leader Challenge format. It's kind of a thing, which is fun. And I think that with the new Chi-Yu and Mela, Fire-type decks are really starting to kind of take shape. In Standard format, I'm not as convinced of Mela's power. Mela could certainly be good in the right decks. I'm just wondering if the right decks really exist for Mela right now in a format that already has access to Raihan, right? Raihan accelerates any type of energy from the discard pile. Mela is just fire, and Raihan gets, whatever you want out of the deck and puts it into your hand. You could play a one of Mela in Charizard decks. Sure, you could. Just like you could play a one of Raihan in Charizard decks. Sure, you could. It's fine. But I think in a lot of situations, Raihan will probably outclass Mela as long as they're in the format together. Right? Like, for the most part, Raihan's just going to be the better card. you're really comparing apples to apples, but in Gym Leader Challenge format, you can't play 2 Raihan, so like obviously Mela and Raihan just go really well together. Sure. I mean, it might be like a one of in some decks like Charizard. Yeah. AZ is back. And now it's, Professor Turo scenario. A future supporter from the future that puts one of your Pokemon into your hand and you discard all cards attached to that Pokemon. It's like Scoop Up Net, but now it's a supporter card and you can use it on Rule Box Pokemon. And thank goodness, because frankly, Scoop Up Net was kind of toxic, wasn't it? Much more healthy having that strong of an effect on a supporter card. Professor Turo scenario can be very good for resetting come into play abilities, can also spare a Pokemon from getting knocked out. If it's got damage on it, you can just use Turo scenario to pick it up. Unlike Penny, which does a similar thing but saves all cards attached to the Pokemon, Professor Turo scenario can pick up Stage 2 Pokemon, or Evolution Pokemon, or Pokemon V-Star, or Pokemon V-Max. Really, anything, any Pokemon, Turo can pick it up. And that's pretty good. Thank you, Ninja Pengui, for the sub in the 26 months. Rika is like a bad underground expedition or a bad Culver's experiment. Rourke is like a bad Nimona. Chantal is like a bad Chantal. All right, let's get on to the good stuff. Up next, we got the TMs, technical machines. These tools can give the Pokemon that they're attached to access to a bonus attack that they can use. And they are really good, except for this one. TM Blindside, I don't think is very good. It gives the Pokemon it's attached to the attack Blindside, which costs 3 colorless energy, and it does 100 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon with any damage counters on it. This one is kind of weak and very situational, and the attack costs a lot. But all the other ones are very low maintenance, and the attack does not cost a lot. Like Technical Machine Devolution. It gives the Pokemon it's attached to the Devolution attack, which only costs 1 colorless energy, and it allows you to devolve all of your opponent's evolved Pokemon by putting the highest stage evolution card on them into their hand. By placing the highest stage evolution card on them into their hand. So if you're playing like a Lost Box deck or a spread style deck, you can use the Devolution tool to just boop, devolve all their Charizard EXs, all of their Baxcaliburs, all of that. And if they have any little Charmanders underneath or whatever, and that Pokemon had 7 damage counters on it, or 6, or something like that, then those Pokemon are going to get instantly KO'd because of the Devolution. Now, you'll only take 1 prize since, you removed the Charizard from play and then knocked out the Charmander underneath. But, yeah, that's pretty good. Now, this is not a new strategy. What's ATM Rock? Is it just TM Rock? Where's it at? What am I looking up? Is it ATM Rock? I always thought it was called ATM Rock. There it is. Oh, people call it ATM. Got it. All right. I'm like, I've always heard to it referred to as ATM Rock because it's Ancient Technical Machine. Got it. All right. Yeah, it's not a new strategy. Back in the day, there was a call. Back in the day, there was a card called Ancient Technical Machine Rock, which, for one colorless energy, allowed you to devolve all of your opponent's Pokemon. And in a similar way, you could, spread damage onto your opponent's board and then devolve or punish your opponent for using cards like Rare Candy to evolve all their Pokemon into play. That was a successful strategy back in the day, and I do think that Technical Machine Devolution is certainly going to be a card that has promise and sees competitive play, especially as the format continues to move towards evolved Pokemon EX and Stage 2 Pokemon EX and away from Pokemon VMAX and Pokemon V-Star. On the flip side, there is also Technical Machine Evolution, which is one of the cards that I am most excited about from this set. For one colorless energy, it gives the Pokemon it's attached to the evolution attack, which allows you to choose up to 2 of your bench Pokemon and search your deck for a card that evolves from each of those Pokemon and put those cards onto them to evolve them. This is an insane setup card. Being able to slap down a tool onto whatever Pokemon you got in the active spot. Almost no such thing as a bad starter anymore, since you can just give whatever Pokemon you started access to one of the best setup attacks ever printed in the game, instantly evolving up 2 of your Pokemon. You can use this to evolve Stage 1 Pokemon EX into play. You can use it to evolve Curlias into play. You can use it to evolve Bibarel into play. Now, when you're building your deck, thinking about Arven as a card, it just keeps getting better, right? Arven is already being played in high counts in Charizard EX decks because it can search out for Sealstone and Battle VIP Pass. It can also search out Rare Candy. Now, Arven can get cards like Battle VIP Pass and Technical Machine Evolution. So on the first turn of the game, you can play Arven, get Battle VIP Pass and TM Evolution. Battle VIP Pass for 2 basics. Use TM Evolution. Evolve those 2 up instantly, which is really neat. This is going to be a combination that sees a lot of play in standard format and in Gym Leader Challenge format. In Gym Leader Challenge format, the TMs are sure to be game changers, especially the Technical Machine Evolution, since almost all Gym Leader Challenge decks rely on evolutions. And Gym Leader Challenge decks can only play 1 copy of Rare Candy because it's a singleton format. So TM Evolution gives you another way to get evolutions into play. And in a format like Gym Leader Challenge, where evolving is the name of the game, you're going to have some really powerful plays happen because of Technical Machine Evolution. I also think that Town Store is really going to go up in prominence in the Pokemon TCG in Standard and in Gym Leader Challenge format. It's a stadium card that allows you to search out tools and put them into your hand, which is really good because it allows you to get the TM Evolution on turns that it's really good because it allows you to get the TMs on, specific turns that you want them. It also allows you to search out your Forest Sealstone in standard format. So Town Store is a card that I'm becoming increasingly fond of as tool cards continue to grow in strength in the Pokemon TCG. And then finally, there's Technical Machine Turbo Energize. For 1 colorless energy, you can search your deck for up to 2 basic energy cards and attach them to your benched Pokemon in any way you like. This is just a very strong effect. Any deck that would like to kick the game off by getting some extra energy into play, well, now any deck can do that, which is crazy. On the first turn of the game going second, you could just take 1 energy, attach it to the active, and then turn that 1 energy in play to 3 energy in play by accelerating energy directly from your deck onto your benched Pokemon. So I think Technical Machine Turbo Energize is a great card. I really like it in my Dragon-type Gym Leader Challenge deck is where I'm really making the most use of it right now. I thought about this card in, decks like Miraidon, but it just doesn't really make sense. You've got Electric Generators, so you don't really need it in Miraidon. You're trying to attack on the first turn of the game going second. But I do think that there will be some standard decks that pop up that want to use a card like this, and it's there. I think that TM Turbo Energize and TM Evolution are my favorite of the two. I just love the turn one options that they give decks in Standard and Gym Leader Challenge. Techno Radar is a future item, kind of like the Techno Radar is a new future item that requires that you discard a card from your hand in order to use it. It allows you to search your deck for up to 2 future Pokemon cards and put them into your hand. So if you are building that Iron Valiant deck and you're trying to get a bunch of Iron Valiant DXs into your hand, well, Techno Radar will help with that. As they release more future and ancient Pokemon, these cards that interact with them will only get better. Tulip is a great new supporter card for Psychic type decks. Like Nessa before it allows you to put up to 4 in any combination of Psychic Pokemon and basic Psychic energy cards from your discard pile into your hand. This very clearly combos quite well with the new Xatu. This combos quite well with the new Xatu, since you can recover Pokemon from your discard pile and energy and then lay those energy right back down into play with Xatu's Clairvoyant Sense ability. I also think this card's going to be very good in Gym Leader Challenge format because Nessa is very good in Gym Leader Challenge format. So, this card is just better than Clara and for Psychic decks, and Clara is a card that sees quite a bit of play. It's just a nice flexible recovery card. So now Psychic decks in Standard and GLC both have access to Tulip, which is a great boon for them. And then finally, Medical Energy. It's like a potion energy. It provides 1 colorless energy when it's attached to a Pokemon, and when you attach it from your hand to a Pokemon, you get to heal 30 damage from that Pokemon. This is a fine special energy. Healing, fixing math, all that, these things are all quite good in the Pokemon TCG. I mean, you see how much of an impact that Switch Cart can have on a game by healing 30 damage and switching. Medical Energy is kind of like that, but the energy version. All right. We've done it. Oh, God. Set review. Slam dunk. It is completed. Wait. Oh, cut cards. I was going to say, no. Tell me there's not more. No. Not more. These are the cards that were cut. Of course, we have all the beautiful secret rares. Good stuff. All right. I got videos to edit. I got to get out of here. Thank you all so much for watching the stream. I'm going to be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Eastern Time for Paradox Rift Build and Battle Experience featuring Heather. It's going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully, I'll get to see you all there. And we'll see what we open out of our pre-release kits. Again, we have got pre-orders for Paradox Rift singles live now at fullgripgames.com. If you want to support the channel, make sure to do your shopping at fullgripgames.com. We've got Paradox Rift singles and sealed product available for pre-order now at fullgripgames.com. And yeah, that's it. I'm out of here. Y'all take it easy and have a good one. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you for all the subs, the follows, the support. See ya.